Continue, sorry. Let's see.
Hello, Ms. Adams. I'm good now. Full now. Eating the horde. I guess are we doing this over here still? Because the call audience is usually there. Steph, I'll ask the big.
Kind of protected.
Oh, yes. Josh, can we move the podium to the center? Please.
Told you what I meant, what I said on the phone. You probably didn't listen to it, but.
Oh, well, I thought we were picking it up.
No, we had it on the screen.
Oh, it's lots of folks here today.
Everybody ready?
Yeah, let's do it. Nelson's texting me. Do it past that.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. The June 2022 regular meeting of the Board of Education is called to order. Ms. Bowie, will you please call the roll?
Good afternoon. Stephanie Craybill.
Here.
Stephanie Walker.
Here.
Stephanie Adams.
Here.
Nelson Bullier.
Here.
Judy Justice.
Here.
Hugh McManus.
Here.
And Pete Wildebohr.
Present.
Okay, so welcome to the New Hanover County Board of Education's June regular meeting. Thank you all for joining us in person or in our remote viewing audience. We value and appreciate your interest and participation and advocacy on behalf of all New Hanover County students and staff. As usual, we have a packed agenda. You will note the estimated times of each topic on the agenda that you found at the front. And as a courtesy to and respect for the time of my fellow board members, the New Hanover County School staff, and to the community at large, I want to stick to these times as closely as I can so that we can keep our discussion focused and on task. You can watch the countdown clock up in the right-hand corner of our screen so you can see how we're doing with our time. If it is the will of the board and we do not finish some discussions tonight because of our time limitations, then we can always finish the discussion at another meeting. I also ask that each of us do our part to contribute to a successful and non-stressful meeting by treating each other with dignity and respect throughout this meeting, no matter what our thoughts and feelings are about an issue or even a particular person or group. Our board needs to remain focused on completing its governance work necessary for students and staff and schools to be successful. As we work through the agenda, I would like to reiterate that not every topic or change discussed tonight must be set in policy in order to achieve the desired outcomes, and that consensus agreements are always acceptable. Disruptions to our meetings will not be tolerated, just as they are not tolerated at any other local governmental body meeting where there are no listed rules of decorum, rather just common courtesy and professional courtesy in action. That said, per General Statute 143-318-17, people who are disrupting the meeting will be asked to leave. If this happens, those people can view the remainder of the meeting via live stream on New Hanover County Schools TV and on the New Hanover County Schools YouTube channel. Before we get started, I'd like to ask everyone to go ahead and silence their phones right now so that we don't get stuck with those calls. I'd also like to pause for a moment of silent reflection in honor and remembrance of the 21 souls who died and the 17 who were injured during the horrible shooting at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, just 2 weeks ago. We want to share our peace and prayers and condolences and solidarity with those families, their friends, fellow students and educators, and the community members who are left to pick up the pieces, and also with our students, families, and educators and community, and those across the country. Thank you. Moving into board business, is there a motion to accept the agenda?
Move to approve the agenda.
Okay.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. Okay, so now, moving on to our invocation, I'd like to welcome to the podium, is it going to be in person? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Reverend George Holland
That's
from...
Rabbi.
I'm sorry. Rabbi George Holland at Beit Hillel Messianic Synagogue.
Thank you. Adon Allah, Master of the universe, our Heavenly Father, we ask that you bestow upon us today the Spirit that you have given us, and let your wisdom prevail among each one of us. I ask you, Lord, to be with each one of the members of the Board of Education and give them wisdom in how to decide on the various situations that come before them. And I ask you to help us as people to accept those decisions. In and everything, we do ask that your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. In Yeshua's name, amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Rabbi.
Okay, next, National Anthem. We have rising 10th grader Tanea Toon will sing our National Anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Will somebody give that girl a slice of pizza, because she certainly earned it. Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Whew. Feeling all patriotic now. All right, so next on our agenda is recognition and introductions. So first, we are going to introduce our Cape Fear Board of Trustees appointee. I'm looking around the room.
You're over there.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I didn't sweep yet. Last week, the new Hanover County Board of Education conducted interviews for our appointee to the Cape Fear Community College Board of Trustees per our board policy 2660. We had outstanding candidates as per our usual, but one candidate rose to the top. He is a local man from a family of educators and education advocacy, a former public school teacher as well as a higher education instructor. As a consultant, he has written and delivered specific training programs for large corporations and small businesses alike, and is very committed to workforce development opportunities for our students and for our community. He is also involved in several nonprofit organizations. Please join me in congratulating Mr. Ray Funderbunk III as the new Hanover County Schools 2022 appointee to the Cape Fear Community College Board of Trustees. His term begins on July 1st, 2022, and runs through June 30th, 2026. So, Mr. Funderbunk, go ahead and stand up. Okay, so next I'm going to turn the recognitions over to Caress Clegg from our Communications Department.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Board of Education, and Dr. Faust. We have a couple recognitions who were not able to be in attendance today, so I want to start the evening off by recognizing them. Our first recognition is our Blue Ocean Competition winner. The Blue Ocean High School Entrepreneurship Competition is the most prestigious pitch competition for high school students in the world. It is a virtual entrepreneurship competition that attracts the very best high school age entrepreneurs from all over the world. Every year, individuals or teams pitch their innovative business concepts for thousands in cash prizes. Congratulations to Ella King, student at Isaac Bear Early College High School, for her work on Millennia Battery. She won second place in the competition and a $750 cash prize. If you have not yet, I encourage you all to go on our New Hanover County Schools Facebook. Her video is up on there for you to see her pitch idea, and we congratulate Ella. Our second recognition who is not in attendance tonight is Miss Dolores Overby, principal at Wrightsboro, who recently completed the Distinguished Leadership in Practice program, a year-long leadership development program for practicing school principals from all regions of the state. The program is designed and provided by the North Carolina Principals and Assistant Principals Association and sponsored by the North Carolina Alliance for School Leadership Development. Congratulations, Miss Overby. The following attendees are in attendance tonight, and we would like to start by recognizing the Bradley Creek Battle of the Book. Bradley Creek competed against teams from 7 counties to win the Regional Battle of the Books Championship. This is the first time a New Hanover County elementary school has participated at the regional level. At this time, join me in recognizing and congratulating members of the team that are with us tonight. We have Coach Kristen Kelly, Annette Jansen, and students Ben Gaynor, Amelia Kratza, and Jennings Kokoski.
Very exciting to watch our hometown folks excel.
Next up, we would like to recognize our Rockame winners. Rockame is a nonprofit organization that exposes minority students to STEM. Annually, they host a large event called the Jamboree to provide middle and high school students with a platform to compete in 15 engineering challenges, gain exposure about 6 local engineering companies, and then learn about 4 local colleges. This year, the district is pleased to recognize the NHCS students who placed in their competitions this year. First up, we have Eli Smith, Jalen Bowie, Shul Mao, Corin Atwood, Cohen Locklear, and Adrian Gaines. Also winners, but not in attendance with us tonight, were Jaredon Boken, Amir Johnson, Angel Tran, Isaiah Hunter, Caleb Robles, Daniel Mims, and Jackson Saunders. Congratulations to these individuals. New Hanover County Schools is excited to announce the 20 students selected to attend NC Governor School. The Governor School of North Carolina is a 5-week summer residential program for high school students integrating academic disciplines, the arts, and unique courses. The curriculum focuses on the exploration of the most recent ideas and concepts in each discipline. Students are selected to attend through a competitive district and state process after being nominated by their school. Congratulations to the following 20 students. Julian Hill from Hoggart High School. Tabitha Lack from Hoggart High School. Micah McQuiston from Ashley High School. Shannon Parks from Laney High School. Jade Payton from C-Tech. Emery Radford from New Hanover High School. And Timothy Shibley from Hoggart High School. Also attending Governor School, but not in attendance with us this evening, is Megan Brosnan, Mulaney Carr, Anna Scott Davis, Leah Field, Ariane Foreman, Tessa Hardison, Sean Hessen, Sahil Patel, Stephanie Perez, Elizabeth Rose, Claire Sandusky, Ava Sawyer, and Ezra Heinberg. That concludes our recognitions for the evening. Thank you to all of our students.
Well, that is about as exciting as we can get. You all enjoy your summer away at Governor School. Okay, so next up is some administrative introductions with Dr. Chris Barnes.
Usually people don't leave until I start talking, but
Yeah.
so we appointed 4 new principals last month, and we brought them here to introduce them to you. Want to start with inviting Christy Tennis Brown to come up. Christy Tennis Brown is currently the assistant principal at Hoggart High School, has served as an exceptional children's teacher, and I wanted her to have a chance to say hello.
Hey, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to be the principal at elementary school. I'm currently at a high school, so I'm excited to go back to those little people that I used to teach a few years back. So thank you for the opportunity.
Welcome.
We're going to Anderson.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, next up, I'd like to invite Danny Little. Danny is currently a principal at Princess Anne High School in Virginia Beach, and he's retiring from Virginia and coming down here to be in charge of Laney High School. So, Danny.
Good evening. I want to thank you for this opportunity. I am very excited to join the staff at Laney, but most importantly, the staff here at New Hanover County. I hope that I can share my prior experiences with you, and that together we can continue to excel with student achievement. Thank you again for this opportunity to become a buck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Next up, we have Sarah Buchanan. Sarah currently is the assistant principal at Noble Middle School and has also been an assistant principal at Williston, and she will be taking over at Ogden Elementary.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm a graduate of New Hanover County Schools from Hoggard High School, and Mr. McManus was my principal.
Wow.
So this has come full circle. My family is here tonight. I made them get dressed up, so I have to give a shout out. So my husband, Stephen, is actually a principal in Pender County, and then I have a son who just graduated and is headed to NC State. He's a graduate of Laney, and then my other two boys are also students in the county. So I'm just thrilled. I live in that community. I know the families. My own child is going to be in 5th grade at Ogden, so I am just thrilled, over the moon. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
And last but not least, I'd like to turn your attention to the screen and introduce you to Deborah Calvert. Debbie is an experienced principal from Maryland and is coming down here to work with us as well. Debbie, can you hear us?
I can, absolutely. Hello to everyone. Thank you. I want to thank everyone for allowing me to join your meeting virtually tonight. I appreciate, as everyone has mentioned, the opportunity to become a member of the New Hanover County team, and I'm certainly looking forward to achieving the superintendent's vision over the next several years. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barnes. That's always one of the highlights of these June meetings, is meeting some of our newest employees and welcoming them too. And so I hope our beach community outdoes Virginia Beach community. So, and it will. So, okay, thank you. Next up, the superintendent report. Dr. Faust?
Sure. First, I want to start with thanking all the parents and students for last week and the week before, we had high school graduations and getting to celebrate with all of the students. As a parent of a graduate, I understand it was probably one of the most sad and happy feelings that I've had. That is what we prepare kids for, is for them to graduate and leave. And I was sharing with my wife and my daughters, like, I don't know what I'm going to be when you walk across the stage. And I was in work mode, so I had to go back and watch the video. So I'm sure when we drop her off in college, it'll be a totally different type of experience. I'll say for me and not for her, but just knowing what it takes to get a student from kindergarten through high school. I applaud parents. Because it's a lot. It's a lot with all of the things that they can do and what you want and what you just, you have to help them reason. But we made it. We made it, and I won't steal your thunder and tell how many that we made it across, but we did it. What I really want to talk about is also our hiring and retention. We have been talking about hiring and retention, and our district is doing a beautiful job. I have to commend our HR department, I have to commend our recruiters, I have to commend our employees who are actually giving recommendations and telling us, hey, this is someone that I would love for us to come and work here. So one of the things that I want you to know is that at a certified staff, we're 96% fully staffed of the 2195, so 2,195 certified staff. We are, and this is the beginning of June, and we only have 4% that are not hired. And one of the tasks that I've been sharing with HR is that we hire early. Your best candidates are early, and we want to make sure that we can get those individuals here, making sure that we can get them into our PD, we can acclimate them to our district. And so kudos to that. The other part is the classified staff. So we're 94% fully staffed. Out of the 1,413, we have 90 vacancies. And then something that was really, really big, if you do a lot of research and study research, as I do, I will say that I am a math junkie, statistics, all that good stuff. I love it. Can't say that about everyone, but I love it. My dissertation was in I did qualitative analytics and those types of things. SPS, if any SPS fans, I mean, we're okay. I'll put my hand down. Yeah, beginning teachers, we retain 90% of our beginning teachers. And so if you know anything about the beginning teachers, that's your 1 to 3 years, 1 to 5 years. It's tough. It's tough because individuals do leave, but we were able to retain 90% of our individuals. We have 11 schools right now with 0 certified vacancies. 11. That's awesome. That's awesome. That deserves a hand clap. We have 18 schools with 1 certified vacancy, just 1. That's also good. Now, these are the bragging rights. The district vacancy comparisons, because we wanted to take a look and see what were districts doing around us, what did it look like. And so New Hanover County, of course, we did ours at 24,500 students. We have 169 total vacancies. Onslow County, 27,300 students. They have 319 vacancies right now. Pitt County, 23,400 students. They have 287 vacancies right now. Brunswick County, 12,500 students. They have 119 vacancies. And Pender County, 9,700 students. They have 173. Thank you, HR, for the work that you're doing. Continue to do the great work, and we will continue to celebrate.
They're done?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so since we've last met, the Board of Education celebrated the 2022 Teachers and Principals of the Year. We are honored to have certified and accepted for high school graduation over 2,000 students in 9 separate ceremonies. We also celebrated with 5th graders and 8th graders as they prepared to transition to the next levels in their school career. The board has also had the opportunity to hear from student leaders about their interest in becoming officially involved in their education by using their individual and collective student voice to advocate for themselves and their peers. We are truly excited for where this opportunity will take them and will take us. June is National Pride Month. Since 1970, people have organized events and activities between June 1st and June 30th to celebrate the freedom to be themselves and to bring an end to stigmas, stereotypes, and discrimination. In this month and in every month, New Hanover County Schools celebrates and values each and every one of our students and staff, and we remain committed to supporting the dignity and equity of our LGBTQ+ community. So that concludes my report. Next up, we have a report from the Gifted Advisory Council, an annual report. Dr. Faison and her person in the know.
I can introduce you. Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
I can introduce myself.
You can introduce yourself. You're going to tell them about why we're doing it too. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for the escort. Yeah.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Faust, staff members, and visitors. My name is Kara Johnson, and I'm the chairperson for the New Hanover County Schools Gifted Advisory Council. I've had the privilege to serve on the council since 2014, and I've worked with the other members to support and advocate for our county's robust gifted program. I'm a trained educator, including an educational background in gifted education. However, my role on the council has been that of primarily that of a parent of 3 students who have been served in the county's gifted education program. Although the important work of the Gifted Advisory Council was unfortunately paused during the COVID pandemic, I am happy to report that we have begun meeting again and working to support the excellent work of our gifted specialists and to educate parents and others involved in local gifted education. Tonight, I would like to highlight some of the council's current work and plans, as well as ask for your continued support of this important population of students. The North Carolina legislative statute known as Article 9B mandates identification and services for AIG students, stating specifically that these students require differentiated education services beyond those ordinarily provided by the regular education program. This legislation also requires local education agencies to develop plans relating to gifted education, which are rewritten and reviewed every 3 years. In this year of revision, Our Council of Parents, community members, and educators reviewed the drafted plan and provided important input and feedback to the county's writing team to strengthen and improve key aspects of the plan. We were happy to support this important revision. We are working to diversify our council through publicly advertising opportunities for community members to serve on the council, and are pleased to report that this year, for the first time, we added student representatives from our local high schools. These students bring a critical voice and perspective to our meetings, and we are thankful for their service. As a council, we recommend and fully support the continued funding of one full-time AIG specialist at each New Hanover County Schools, elementary and middle school, and also urge the consideration of supporting a full-time gifted specialist at each traditional high school. Although each school has a unique and diverse population of students, all schools serve both identified gifted students and high-achieving students, and the elementary specialists also serve all K to 3rd grade students through the important nurturing program. This nurturing program is especially critical to continue to identify those students with potential, and often those from underrepresented populations that may not be identified solely through traditional testing. In a modern climate where equity and diversification are key components to thriving and successful school communities, the council believes that reducing and removing services that gifted specialists currently provide within schools is the wrong direction for our county. Eliminating positions and asking schools to share specialists will negatively impact the number of students that our AIG specialists are able to serve. With those impacts most certainly felt strongly in the K to 3rd grade nurturing programs. Again, we urge you to reconsider the proposed budget which eliminates some of these critical gifted specialist roles, and instead consider the impact the specialists have on every student within a school, as well as the critical services they provide to this unique and important population of students. At the high school level, specialists are in some cases tasked with serving over 800 identified students, which, as you can imagine, is not ideal when considering how to best meet the individual and unique needs of these students. The council believes maintaining a gifted specialist at each school and providing a full-time specialist at each high school is key for implementing our plan and continuing to serve our gifted community in the most effective way. As a council, we look forward to the 2022-2023 school year and increase our efforts to monitor the gifted program and advocate for our gifted students and students with high potential. We also look forward to increasing our efforts to educate and partner with parents and community members about the unique needs of these students. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your support of New Hanover County Schools Gifted Education Program.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. We appreciate that report, and we will, that is required as part of the approval of our AIG plan later on this evening. So thank you very much for doing that for us. Okay, so next up is call to the audience. And so let me get there. So thank you to all who have signed up to share your comments and concerns with the board tonight. As we have stated before, we welcome your engagement from the school community and from the community at large. There are several items we need to cover before we get started with call to the audience. Per board policy 2310, the board allows up to 1 hour of public comment for call to the audience. Please speak on the topic that you signed up for on your call to the audience sign up. The public has asked this board and our school system to be more transparent and truthful, and we are respectfully asking that you do the same. Please refrain from using profanity, derogatory language, and other slurs in your remarks, or you will have to be asked to sit down and perhaps leave. Individuals may stand at their seats in support of a speaker or stand alongside the podium while that individual speaks, but always must be kept clear at all times per fire code regulations. No one at any time is allowed to approach the dais. We must respect the rights of individuals who have come here to address the board, as well as those who have come here to listen and be more informed. Audience members should refrain from yelling out and/or responding to comments made by speakers during call to the audience. Violators will be given one warning, and if the behavior continues, then they will be asked to leave. As a reminder, saying it again, disruptions by any person or persons at a public meeting will be subject to action, including removal from the meeting, per Board General Statute 143-318-17. So with that, let's go ahead and call up our first speaker. Christina Mercer, I'm sorry, but I need to get my glasses on.
That's okay.
And I need to get a copy of the list, so please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Christina Mercier, and I'm the current president of the New Hanover County Association of Educators. I'm here tonight to speak about the budget proposal you sent to the county commissioners. For over a month, I encouraged members and non-members alike to contact the commissioners to motivate them to adopt the full budget as requested. We aren't required to do this, but we believe in the power of public education, and we know when it is fully funded, students learn. For some students, this is access to a wider variety of courses and accelerated learning, and for others, it is access to basic needs. Both are equally important. Regretfully, I have to say that from conversations I've had with people who contacted the commissioners, most got no response, or a response from one commissioner that was entirely unhelpful and discouraging. My question is this: why are the county commissioners so disassociated from the needs of the school system? Why are they insisting that funding the schools would mean an increase in taxes? Many entities must appeal to them for funding. Why is it the public schools who bear the burden of being the reason for the tax increase? And right now you're probably thinking, why isn't she asking the county commissioners these questions? This is my answer. You are the entity who applied for your budget to be funded. Did you advocate with the commissioners to fully fund the budget? Have you invited them to visit schools? Are you facilitating regular meetings between the commissioners and educators and support staff? Are you creating an ongoing working relationship between the commissioners and the school system, or is there an adversarial relationship except when it's time to submit a budget request? Every month I either attend or listen to the board meetings, and I hear the public and the board speak on a variety of topics that are really false flags, either topics that cannot be solved at the local level or topics that have been decided decades ago by legal precedents, like removing books from school libraries. Tonight, I call on you to be full-time advocates for public education. Create working relationships with those who fund education, be present in the schools, and always be motivated by what is best for the students you serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mercier. Sandy Isles.
Yesterday, the Star News headline said, "Seclusion in a school closet." The story was sparked after a father spoke about his son's experience with seclusion at the May board meeting. The story explains how a 5-year-old autistic child was secluded from minor offenses, such as walking backwards down the hall and taking a pen from a TA. How many times did your child walk backwards down a hall or take an item from someone? Did you lock them in a closet? I would hope not, as these are normal 5-year-old behaviors. The child certainly was not dangerous. For over a year, I've asked you to investigate the use of seclusion in New Hanover County schools, to change our policy and adopt proactive solutions. I even sent you a copy of a civil rights complaint from 2012. The OCR said students were placed in seclusion for disruptive and disrespectful conduct. This appears to be inconsistent with state law and district policy, end quote. 10 years later, we are talking about the same concern. Ms. Varnum stated that we can end seclusion and that it can be traumatic. Now the burden is on you to make this happen. If we can do better, we must do better. Dr. Faust, last month, you mistakenly stated there was nothing else New Hanover County schools could do about seclusion, and you essentially dared the board to end the practice. Why did you fail to share the numerous alternatives, such as a contract with Lives in the Balance, which, unlike the use of seclusion, is evidence-based and is effective at solving behavior problems? Tonight, the board must change our policy to require written parent consent and end the practice completely for the 2023-2024 school year. This can be done and must be done. We have solutions. It is up to you to enact them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Isles. Loretta Stackhouse.
Good evening. Thank you to the principals, teachers' aides, counselors, and staff who have worked diligently over the past 2 to 3 years to greatly reduce the usage of seclusion and restraints since the 2018-2019 school year. The results reflect proof that commitment to training and use of alternatives to seclusions and restraints can make a difference. Now it's time to change the policy. The policy needs to be changed to reflect what is really happening and making sure that the parents are kept knowledgeable of the process. I support ending the use of seclusion rooms by the school year 2023-2024. Let's stop traumatizing our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stackhouse. Pat Bradford.
Good evening. I'm Pat Bradford. I signed up for the budget, and I will speak to that, but like the predecessors who have spoken, I urge you to stop locking children in closets. Stop traumatizing them. You have no idea how many years of therapy these children are going to need for what you have done to them. You really need to do this tonight. You need to do it for the start of the school year, not put it off 3 years, not study it any longer. You need to do it. But the budget, you had some disappointing news with the county commission. I expected it. As you figure out how to do this budget, don't eliminate staff. It's so demoralizing for those who are currently working, wondering, am I going to get a pink slip or not? It further erodes morale, and it further erodes the students' opportunities to learn. Now, if you have programs, as Dr. Faust had mentioned, that you have positions with no program, that's another whole deal. But folks who are actually working every day, working with our students, don't cut those positions. Find another way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bradford. Melissa Mason.
Hello. Thank you. My name is Melissa Mason. I'm running for the school board, and today I'm demanding an answer. What is the status of the investigation into the Wilson seclusion case? Last month, we learned that Scott Wilson's son was secluded 27 times at Masonboro Elementary for 1,961 minutes, which averages to approximately 73 minutes each instance. That's, in case you didn't know, over an hour. According to CPI standards, this should have triggered an investigation. We also learned that the Wilson boy, who suffers from autism and ADHD, was being secluded for disciplinary reasons. It's a clear violation of county policy, which states seclusion is only to be used when a student poses an imminent threat of harm to himself or others. His seclusions were not properly documented, as required by law. A false report was presented to this board claiming there had been no seclusions during the 2018-2019 school year at Masonboro. The school district also claimed, in response to a records request, that Masonboro no longer has a seclusion room, but records show that 8 seclusions have been reported there this year. Under General Statute 115C-307, 115C-288, and 115C-276, making false reports is grounds for immediate termination. When are we going to see some accountability? Are the teachers and staff responsible for the seclusions being investigated or disciplined? What about the CPI trainer? What about the principal? What about the superintendent? This is just one example of the systemic abuse being perpetrated by our schools against our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mason. Leslie Posey.
Good evening. Adolf Hitler, Pol Pot, Kim Jong-un, Joseph Stalin. These dictators all started their march to power in the same way, banning and burning books that disagreed with their agenda. Those who desire power fear literacy, new or different ideas. There is a small but vocal community today who are trying to exert this control. They don't want children reading books that broaden their minds, help understand their peers who are different, or help those children who are different understand themselves. Virtually all challenged books are about or by people of color or members of the LGBTQ community. Apparently, some people do not want their children exposed to these books or ideas. In the 1982 Supreme Court case, Island Trees School District versus Pico, the court said, quote, "Students do not shed their constitutional rights to freedom of speech or expression at the schoolhouse gate, and such rights may be directly and sharply implicated by the removal of books from the shelves of a school library," end quote. To give you an example based on current arguments in the country, if Mrs. Smith does not want Johnny to read My Name is Ruby Bridges because she's afraid of its content, fine. It is her right to tell the school that Johnny may not read that book. But based on the Pico decision, Mrs. Smith does not have the right to say that my child may or may not read that book. So remember this, the Supreme Court has specifically ruled that books may not be banned from school libraries. Most of us do not want to live in a dictatorship, and dictatorships begin with banned books.
Thank you, Ms. Posey. Barbara Burnett.
Quite a coincidence, isn't it? Sorry, give me just a moment. Can you see the box? This box represents New Hanover County Schools and its positive messaging. Genuine fluff is worth touting and can be festive. Fluff is harmful if it conceals serious problems. People can sometimes be like glass. They look pretty and seem fine, but are fragile. They can chip or shatter into pieces. Sometimes people ask for help, but who's listening? Messages are necessary to connect people. If there are no messages sent or received, there is no connection. If messages are lost or gummed up, people can be seriously harmed. This has led to the chaos that you have inherited. Chaos continues. The public becomes agitated and vocal, regardless of how much fluff you pile on. You must look and sort it out to figure out how you came up with this mess. Since the 7 of you have been on one board, 45 advocates and victims continue to ask for help. 172 people have spoken during calls to the audience. Some are black, some are white, some wear pink, some wear blue, some are neutral. They have sent you 425 messages. 27 kindergartners waitlisted for the Spanish immersion program continue their education
Barbara,
with...
your time is up, I'm sorry. Thank you. Next up, Yolanda Hernandez. Okay. The Merritt Blaylock. Merritt's, he's here, okay.
I've been a Wilmington resident for 17 years, but this is my first appearance before the board. And my comments tonight are about policy 4302R. So the seclusion data from last month showed that schools that participated in the Behavioral Leadership Foundation's training had a dramatic decrease in the use of seclusion rooms over the past 4 years. And I infer from this that there are indeed positive behavior methods that can be used in place of seclusion rooms. And I think the actual problem is funding and scheduling the training for the 7 elementary schools that use seclusion more than once the past year. And I believe that you can change policy 4302R tonight and use next year to work with those 7 schools, and then close down all seclusion rooms for the 23-24 school year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Blaylock. Before our next person comes up, I'd like to remind you that if you are going to be standing in support of a person, you need to come up to the podium and be with them, or be standing out of the aisles. Thank you. Okay, so next up is Claire Pasqualoni. Sorry if I've missed your name.
It's my first time.
Okay.
Good evening. It's my first time addressing the Board of Education. I appreciate it. I'm here because I was concerned about all the articles I've been reading in the newspaper about our community. As a retired pediatric nurse, I was alarmed to hear the recent story about the seclusion room. I have had disruptive behavior patients. Seclusion is not the answer all the time. And for this young family to have it occur 27 times was outrageous. I hope you feel that outrageousness for that parent, that child, everything they will have to go through from here on. We imprint every time we talk to our kids. And I don't think that's the right message. So I'm going to ask you to update, I'm trying to read this, I'm sorry. To update the policy 4302R, we need to change it. We need to change it by this next school year by showing how we can deal with these disruptions in a more humane way. The thing is, even though we've decreased the number of seclusion cases, it's still totally unacceptable. It's not getting the right answer to the problem. If you do something 27 times without success, you might try something else. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Karen O'Keefe. I've been a resident of Wilmington for over 20 years. I want to congratulate the board on rescinding out-of-school suspensions for children ages 7 and under. I am speaking here today in opposition to the seclusion of children in our schools. I support ending the use of seclusion rooms by the 2023-24 year, which will give this school board the opportunity to find positive behavioral alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Gail Major? Okay, Natasha 2.
Good evening. Allow me first to state that the statements I make are not reflective of my employer. They are statements that come from a concerned citizen and a parent, outraged American, and the founding charter member of the New Hanover County Charter Moms for Liberty that will be launching at the end of this month. However, since our friends in the media made such a big deal out of it, of me being escorted out of last month's meeting over broken rules of unwritten rules of decorum, over speaking the 2-minute time limit, I think I'd like to share with you exactly what I did do for the city of Wilmington and our citizens for 10 years. 8 years I was a Wilmington firefighter and a hazmat tech. That's right. I was one of the folks that, suited up in the level 8 hazmat suit and responded to chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, and explosive dangerous environments. I may know something a little bit about personal protective equipment, but I'm not here to talk about that either. I'm just letting you know that I'm going to engage with this board on a monthly basis, if not more, to ensure that parental rights are ensured, they're protected, and the parents they have a voice. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Chu.
I'm here tonight to talk about the use of seclusion rooms in our schools. Last month, Dr. Faust gave you a choice. The first option is to, quote, let the individuals who are in these buildings every single day use their expert knowledge. The other option, he said, is to stop doing it. He said there's no other option. I disagree. These options are not mutually exclusive. We can honor the expert knowledge of our educators and build upon it so they won't need to use seclusion rooms at all. The Behavior Leadership Foundation's training is a plan that's already in place. And there are at least over a half a dozen other programs that address the behaviors that we're all concerned about. One program is from Lives in the Balance. It's called Collaborative and Proactive Solutions, or the CPS model. And I am certain that Ms. Farnham can answer questions tonight about this humane and compassionate program. Stop putting children in padded closets. Start treating all of our students with dignity and respect. Change Policy 4302R. Let Ms. Farnham and Ms. Cole help schools implement the plan. End the use of seclusion rooms, starting with the 2023-2024 school year. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Rocky Jeter Webb.
Why are pornographic and sex books being allowed in our public schools? What person or what people approve of this material to be put into our public schools? Who thinks exposing our children to this material is a good idea? I came across a particular book in my alma mater, and it reads this. Take her out back, we boys figured, then hand on the titties. Put it in her coin box, put it in her cornhole.
Excuse me, Mr. Jeter. Mr. Shive, help me out here. Are we allowed to read that kind of stuff? I mean, can we just... Excuse me, I am talking with our legal counsel.
Yeah, he was talking to...
Excuse me.
He's got 2 minutes.
So I believe the written rules of decorum ask for speakers to not read ludicrous obscene.
Yeah, excuse me, only, you're not allowed to talk to the audience. So I think that is lewd. We already let another person read from a book that we didn't even have in our library. And I didn't think we should do that either. So I would like to not allow excerpts. You can skip the words and just say there's something in there.
Well, someone approved for this material to be put into our schools. And I found it in my alma mater. Can I just read it?
The students in the school...
Excuse me, only the speaker can speak.
Would you not ask where the book is, see whether it's actually in our library or not?
Yes, I'm going to address that in the speech. Thank you, Mr.
All I
Wilmore.
want to get resolved right this minute is that I would prefer us not to read explicit material. We can deal with those issues, and we will. But if you would just skip the lewd words, and we'll know that there was 10 lewd words in the passage that you're reading. That's all I'm asking. We do not need to have these words read. We already allowed it once, and I should not have.
That's insane.
Excuse me.
It's insane.
Ma'am, if you don't be quiet, you're going to have to leave. Ma'am.
The words to be said in this room.
Ma'am, all right, I need you to sit down. I need you to sit down.
They're standing in support of it.
They're taking away your time, Mr. Jeter. Jeter Webb, thank you for the correction. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so that can be, okay, anyway, so what I just read can be found on page 39 of the book called Out of Darkness, that can be found at my alma mater, New Hanover High School, Ashley High School, and Holly Shelter Middle School. Long story short, the book is about anal sex. I do not want our children reading about anal sex. I want you people to focus on education. I want you to teach them math, English, science, biology, athletics, the whole 9 yards, et cetera, et cetera. This material should not be in our public schools. It needs to be out. So they want them reading LGBT propaganda, brainwashing, Marxing, racist stuff. But The Cat in the Hat was canceled by cancel culture. Please tell me how much sense does that make? That makes absolutely no sense. No sense. And then they want to ban this and they want to ban that, but they want this brainwashing material about sex to reading to children as young as 5, kindergartners. That is completely outrageous. This material needs to be out of our schools and should not be in our schools. We will change that, and we will do everything in our bodies to fix that. This garbage must go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jeter-Webb. Robert Tompkinson. Robert Tompkinson. Debbie Abel.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Abel, and I'm a retired teacher. I've watched with interest the movement this year of our students finding a way to have their voices heard. I've read the posts, watched the videos, listened to the discussions on the EDI committee, and last week I had the honor of being here in person for the roundtable discussion of student voices. I was blown away. These students are so impressive. They worked together so well, they listened carefully, and they responded thoughtfully. They shared the mic, they gave everyone an opportunity to share in a safe environment. I didn't talk much, I really just wanted to hear what they had to say. I'm so excited about the opportunity for them to be an authentic part of this Board of Education. They'll bring that missing element. As stakeholders in their future, their representation of the students of New Hanover County has the potential of making this board so much more effective and relevant for the students that you were elected to serve. I'm hopeful you will allow these students representation on all your committees and a seat on this board. The students that they represent deserve a place here. And beyond that, I hope you would allow them an authentic voice. Really listen and collaborate. Their perspective is so important. The voices of all the students they represent are relevant to every decision that you make. I look forward to hearing our student voices on your platforms.
Thank you, Ms. Abel. Angie Caney.
A year ago, we showed up to fight for inclusion for our trans students, and the board actually passed Policy 3620. Is it possible that those students are more at risk now? The bullying of our LGBTQ+ students should not be tolerated, as we have seen in our pride groups. The misinformation that is being purposely spread is dangerous, and the fact that the litigation team for the board is re-victimizing victims of sexual assault by forcing psych evals to prove that victims of sexual assault are not traumatized, discounting valuable testimony to protect pedophiles over students. At the height of an election year, it's a beautiful campaign slogan to say that campaign candidates support victims of sexual assault, yet they oppose the federal law that protects them in Title IX. You can't do both. Dishonesty about a survey that has given us valuable information for preventing gender-based harassment and discrimination, which includes sexual assault, is contradictory. If the district truly stands behind the progress that we have made with regard to Title IX, why are you complacent with lies that put our students at risk? For once, take a stand and protect students. Make a statement of intent by speaking the truth and refusing to tolerate, to tolerate attacks of sexual assault, racist, homotransphobic behavior. I applaud the Pride Month recognition, I do, but those are just words. Grooming is when someone builds a relationship of trust and emotional connection with a child so they can manipulate, exploit, and abuse them. Example, Michael Kelly. It is not grooming to create a safe space for LGBTQ+ students to learn. Upholding the federal law that protects students from being outed and compromising safety is not the same as holding secret meetings and indoctrination. Stop exploiting victims for personal gain. Educate yourselves. Fund Title IX and EDI, and if you have a seat at the table, use it to protect and do what's best for all students.
Thank you, Ms. Caney. Ms. Sutton?
I'd like to cede my time to Dane Britt. He was unable to sign up. If that's okay with y'all.
Yeah, he could sign up at the back. You don't have to cede your time. Huh?
I'm sorry?
He doesn't have to cede his time, she said.
Okay.
Cede your time.
So what do you want me to do? You want me to just speak later and let him speak now, or? I'm confused. I'm trying to let you run it.
Go ahead. All right, go ahead and cede your time. That's fine.
But you said he can just speak at the end?
No,
instead?
just go. Yeah, I was going to say you were allowed to sign up, but you missed the sign up. Is that what happened?
So
You
we
didn't
did
get
miss
here
the
too late?
sign up, or because we didn't hit the number, I'm really.
All right, go ahead and just go ahead and gift your time, and then we'll come back to you next month. Thank you. Sorry.
My name's Dane Britt. Most of you know, I've met a lot of you personally now. I have a 501c3 nonprofit charity called Stunt Shows for Kids, Inc. We do shows at elementary schools, private schools, daycares, anywhere that wants the show. It's completely free to anywhere that wants the show, and we take messages of anti-bullying is where it started it. Most recently, we've been doing Get Fit with Dane Britt, motivational talks that we've been doing with kids and things like that. Like I said, absolutely free to anyone who wants it. I come in, I do some motorcycle tricks. There's a parkour team that does it with me. It's absolutely an amazing show. We've taken it all over the place, and we've never had a single problem with it until we invited the new superintendent to one of our shows about 2 years ago. So he was invited so that he could see at Murrayville Elementary, where this show started, how wonderful this show is and how the kids absolutely lose their minds and they remember the message. I know this because I see these kids 10, 12, 15 years after they've seen me and they've gotten this message, and they stop me because they're working behind the counter at Chick-fil-A or they're working behind the counter at Lowe's Foods, and they say, "Hey, I remember what you told us about anti-bullying and it stuck with me." This is the way this should be, but it's not been that way. I put on this show, I invited him. Initially, they told me I couldn't share videos of it on my business page because I teach firearms to civilians, to military, to law enforcement. I teach it to all levels of it. So it's not like something I'm just doing on the side. This is something I do as a profession, and we do fundraisers through this, which benefits me being able to do these shows. I can't stress enough that I've jumped through all the hoops that y'all have told me to jump through. Outside of taking those videos down, I've gotten the insurances that you told me to get, and now it's going to, you guys have come up with your insurance. Every time I've met what you told me to do, the goal line has been moved. At what point does this become out of control and it becomes obvious to everyone else, not just me, that maybe your best interests are not necessarily in the kids, but in voting for D's and R's? That would be Democrats and Republicans.
Thank you, Mr. Britt. Earl Grover. Jr. Okay, Christopher Toulis.
Good afternoon. I'm here today to gird and support the need for protecting the children in our schools. As I walk into here today, I see how there is only one point of entry for the public, and there are multiple armed guards in the name of the Sheriff's Department. Just who is that security for? And why are they here and not at the schools? All right? Is that security for the staff in the building, the public who surround me, or for the select group before me? All right, well, everybody knows the answer to that, and the proof is the simple fact that these guys weren't here half an hour before this meeting started, okay? Schools need to be set up in a better defensive posture, and teachers need to be able to defend their students and themselves if they see a need to. A constitutional sheriff would agree with that and even offer the training. Now, at the beginning of school last year, at the beginning of last year, there was a shooting at New Hanover High School. It's my understanding that Julia Bozeman wanted to give $362 million from the hospital sale to the school system for increasing security. That was shot down and Port City United was born, a $37 million social worker police force. Why not give 2 or 3 of those guys to walk the halls in the schools? All right, just brainstorming here, that's an idea. Changing gears, there's been a cover-up culture concerning the Michael Kelly and Peter Frank debacle for the last 20 years, and now we have board members and insurance companies trying to deny justice for the victims of sexual assault and battery. That brings us to the fingerprinting issue of the staff. All right, everybody needs to be fingerprinted in the system, all right, not just new hires. Make that happen. Thank you.
Okay, that is the end of our call to the audience. Did anybody, tell me your name, ma'am? Are you Yolanda?
I am.
Okay, go ahead, thank you.
I'm here tonight to talk about the abuse of seclusion restraint in New Hanover County Schools. But first, remember that your own out-of-school suspension data showed that 18% of the elementary school children were African American, while this population represented only 60% of suspensions. Thank God you finally changed that punitive policy. Well, look at the seclusion data that Ms. Varman shared last month. This past school year, there were 148 suspensions. 99 of them were African American students. Again, 18% of the school population is African American, but they represent 67% of the seclusions. I'm asking you to vote tonight to change policy 4302R, end the use of seclusion rooms starting with the 2023 through 24 school year. That gives you all of the next school year to provide additional staffing, resources, and training to implement positive behavioral practices in our school buildings. Hopefully that will address the disparate application of restraint policy. This year's data shows that 52% of restraints were on African American students. This pattern is emerging, is very disturbing. I request that you stop talking about equity and actually do something about it, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, but now that does conclude our call to the audience portion. Next up on our agenda is closed session. Do I hear a motion to move into closed session pursuant to, let's see, let me get to it, all of the items listed on there to talk about personnel matters and other such matters as attorney-client privilege.
Move for closed session pursuant to the statutes.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we are in closed session.
So today we've partnered with numerous adult allies within the county and within local organizations, also students from student equity teams and our Student Voice Project, as well as students who were simply interested from middle schoolers to high schoolers within the district. First, this morning we were explaining what Student Voice is, the goals that we're trying to achieve, and the processes that we've already gone through to orchestrate this and this roundtable today. And then we're going to use this afternoon to gather insight and recommendations and try to get a lot of help to form this policy that we're going to try to install later this summer within the board.
When I was walking into here, I thought it would be a bunch of adults talking and hearing what they're saying, what they're going to apply, but it's also having the adults hearing what the students want to hear, the concerns and their thoughts and ideas that they're actually taking into consideration. I feel like Student Voice project is really important because it helps reach out to different students from different schools that we didn't have the chance to talk to, and our adults and leaders who actually are helping us run a county and our schools to hear each other out.
All of us are trying to push the same motive, push the same idea. And if we can not only get adults like counselors and teachers and not just students, but if we can also get parents and community organizations to come together and help with this, I feel like we can not only change the school, but we can also change the community and the people in it. I feel like we can not only change the school, but we can also change the community and the people in it.
Hi, my name is Tiffany Johnson. I am the school counselor at Blair Elementary. So I have worked in various educational settings for over 14 years now. A year and a half ago, I decided to go back to school to become a counselor. I wanted to impact students in a different way than what I have in the past. How's y'all's day going?
Good.
Good.
Everything's going better too.
Very good. I'm glad y'all worked it out. Hey, girlie. I do see a positive reaction with the work that I've been doing with the students. So like when I'm coming in the building or I'm walking throughout the building, everyone's saying, hey, Miss Johnson, hey, Miss Johnson. I have certain students who stop and they just do these little 5-minute check-ins with me and then they're good. So that's really fulfilling, you know, to come in and even to walk around the building and you know that the students know who you are. And you also know that if they need you, they're going to come to you. You're okay. Come on. Come on. You're okay. Dust yourself off. Thank you, Queenie, for helping. Hey, sweetie, how are you? Ready? Come on, let's finish these last laps. I get up every morning to come to Blair to support our children. I never wake up in the morning and say, hey, I don't want to come to work today. Oh, I don't feel up to it. I look forward to coming here every day and making a difference in each of these students' lives. Are you excited?
Hey, my name is Sean Myhand. I work with the New Hanover County Schools Technology Department, and today we are handing out devices at New Hanover High School. Total, we've got about 1,500 devices, probably more. So the process is as follows. We go to the classroom, we get the devices ready, we call out the student's name. The student comes get the device, we have them sign their paperwork, we put a label on their charger with a clear sheet over it, we hand them the charger, hand them the laptop, and make sure that they can sign into the device properly. So these students are going to have these devices for pretty much the rest of their high school career. It's amazing to think that we are able to provide them with the technology that some of them might not have outside of school. This is going to be great because not only do they have access to the technology, but it's also something they can take with them from school home so they can continue their work. If there is something that they want to look at and they want to learn more about, now they have the technology to continue to learn about those things. So it's a great way for them to have access to resources that they might not otherwise have access to.
So today we are receiving instruments from some of our community partners and organizations. National Pawn is one of those, and they've had a great relationship with us over the years. We are accepting a number of instruments today, a large number of instruments today, that are going to be going into all of our schools to help our students, mostly in our middle schools.
Way back when I was in the 6th grade, I wanted to play in the school band, and it was a lot of money in my parents' budget to rent a used instrument for me. And so my mother was a great bargain shopper, and she found a $15 cornet at a yard sale, and I played that all through high school. And about 12 years ago, I was walking through one of our stores, and I noticed all these instruments hanging on the wall. And I thought to myself, there's a lot of kids in a way worse position than I was, and that we could do some good to give these instruments to the local middle schools where we have stores, and they could allow kids that may not be able to play in the band to be able to play in the band.
I think this is a really great testament to the work we do here in New Hanover County Schools, that we have community members that are so touched by the arts in their youth that they want to give back now to our arts. So those relationships are very important to us, and we're very happy to have this donation today.
I'd like to give a shout out to all the band geeks out in the community that have an old instrument in their garage, attic, basement, closet they're not playing. Please go donate those because it's such a need.
Hi, my name is Candy Robbins. I'm the school social worker at Castle Hayne Elementary School, and I'm also the elementary lead school social worker for New Hanover County Schools. How I got started, my uncle, who was teaching in New Hanover County Schools, he taught for years. we had a conversation and he was asking me, what do I plan to do? And I said, I don't know. He said, have you ever thought about going into the school system? And I said, no, not really. And what he said was, if you can change the life of one child or make an impact in the life of one child, then you're doing your job. And that just resonated with me. And so it really got me looking into working into the school system. And now I'm here. All right. Keep acting, my dear. I hope to see you on the big screen one day in movies. Remember the little people, okay? I love looking at the faces of the students when I get to school. I may get a cute little smile or a wave or a hey, Miss Robbins, or hey, Miss Candy, a fist bump. And that really makes my day when I come to the school and see that. And also getting recognition from my colleagues. I'm working with different school social workers around the county. I really love and enjoy doing that also. You have a rabbit? What's the rabbit's name? Link.
Blink.
Blink. Oh, Blink. What color is your rabbit? Whether it's housing, food, you name it, and we're here to help. We are the change agents, and we're trying to make a change in the lives of the families and students that we serve.
I'm a school social worker here with New Hanover County Schools, and what we do daily is we try to connect with students and eliminate any barriers they're facing at school. That can look like many different things. So we have students that have barriers in the home, in the school, in the community, and we try to identify what those barriers are and meet the student and the family where they're at. We try to wrap around supports to ensure that the student can be successful at school, because ultimately what our goal is, we want them to graduate high school and be successful either by moving on to college or gaining employment. We work collaboratively with other schools as well. We have social workers throughout the district, elementary, preschool, middle school, high school, and we work with a lot of the same families on a daily basis. So we're constantly collaborating and talking with one another about how we can best support our families. I kind of fell into school social work. It's a relatively new profession. It's often unrecognized because a lot of people don't realize the impact school social workers have on our district, but we definitely are out in the community. We hit the ground running. We have some of the most hardworking social workers that I've ever worked with. I started working in the social work field. I worked in mental health, community mental health, and I saw a need in the schools where we could better support our families and really connect with them and work with all the agencies involved. So we work with other schools, as I had mentioned, community members, individuals, families. We partner with lots of organizations in the community to eliminate any barriers that our families and students are facing. School social workers really work to empower our students. And in addition to empowering them, we often bridge the gap between the school, the home, and the community and make sure that our students feel supported and they feel connected here at school.
Hi, I'm Tammy Bristol, and I've been with New Hanover County Schools for 30 years. The biggest thing I've learned in my career in education is that you have to be flexible. Things are ever changing. Curriculum is changing, instructional practices are changing, leadership is changing. So you have to be flexible and go with the flow. Even recently with the pandemic, there's always something changing, and it's just very important to be flexible. So one of the biggest things I think people can take away is to always have high expectations for yourself and high expectations for the students. That's very important in education. And also to be fair and open-minded. I believe that I'm a very fair person and it's someone easy to talk to. So I hope that's a takeaway and that people remember me for that and for being passionate about education. For any new administrator, I would say the most important thing is to find your people. Find your friends, find your colleagues that you could talk to, you could collaborate with, you could vent with. It's so important to find those friends because we're kind of a one position, we're a lonely position. So having a cadre that you could count on, that means it all. I mean, I've had the best cadres over the year, the best colleagues that are family and friends now.
Hello, my name is Dr. Maria Madison, and I am retiring from the educational system after 31 years. The greatest takeaway from being an educator over the last 31 years is the impact that I have made on students, staff, parents, as well as the community. Over the past weekend, I had the opportunity to meet again 2 of my former students who are now going to be beginning teachers here in New Hanover County Schools. I believe in something that my sister gave me, and I put it on my desk when I became principal. It says, live with passion, love deeply, and laugh out loud. And as an educator principal over the last couple of years, loving your students, loving your job is so important. And if you love your job, it will not seem like it's work. At the end of the day, everyone has the ultimate goal. It's all about students and the impact that you make on them over time. And if we continue to have that mindset as educators, we will continue the journey of educating students and providing a quality education for them.
Hi, I'm Sharon DeSharm, and I've worked in education for about 28 years now. I think the biggest thing, especially these last few years, is expect the unexpected. I think we've all been through that in the last few years, and be flexible. Those are the big things, because any day can bring about anything that makes you have to think quick on your feet.
The key thing that I've learned over the years being a principal is surround yourself with strong leaders, because you can't do this job by yourself. You've got to have some good folks on your team to work alongside you.
Come on, guys, let's go, let's get there.
I would hope that just remembering that all of the decisions that have to be made, to keep in mind that we're here for the students, as far as working with leaders, is to think outside the box and be a good problem solver.
Hi, I'm Dr. Krista Holland, and I'm retiring after 30 years in education. As I reflect on my career, I think one of the most powerful lessons that anyone can say that they've learned from me is that when you have a voice and an opportunity to be a voice for children and families, for teachers, and also for your colleagues, you need to be bold enough to use it. We cannot lead in fear. As I reflect on my career, I could say that I've learned a lot of lessons from working with children and working with teachers and working with my colleagues. But I think one of the most powerful lessons is personal. To work in this business, you have to be resilient. And resilience begins with putting yourself first sometimes. So the most powerful lesson that I've learned is I need to put on my oxygen mask before I put one on anyone else. You cannot lead others when your tank is empty. I have one piece of advice, and it would be to ask yourself this question at all times. Is this decision what's best for children, or is it what's best for adults? And if you can't answer 100% that the decision is best for children, you need to make another decision.
Grammarly helps you work more efficiently, which makes accomplishing your work goals easier than
It means everything. It is a complete shock and a surprise, but I'm so appreciative and honored to be able to represent Masonboro Elementary and the district as Elementary Educator of the Year. And it's just, I'm blown away right now. It means everything to me, and I hope it means everything to them. They deserve everything that they can get, and it's just nice to see that I can kind of be a voice for them and advocate for them and help their voices be heard.
This is a tremendous honor. I can't hardly even put into words how I'm feeling right now. I'm just so honored and humbled, and everything I do for the kids, and I'm here for them and to help them be successful. I'm just honored to be able to represent all of the amazing teachers and students that I work with and highlight the wonderful things happening at Trask Middle School, because I couldn't do it without all of them. We're one big family.
Yes, nice to see you again. Long time no see. We had you guys do it. This award has been a crowning achievement to my career in engineering. I always dreamt that I would one day be able to pass along what I learned in the career of engineering to the next generation, and this kind of like is a proclamation that I'm able to do it and do it successfully. Well, I think even winning the Ashley High School Teacher of the Year was a big affirmation, and one that the students and my colleagues fed off of. It put me in a category of the top-tier teachers here at the school, of which I'm really proud of. And my hope is that this continues to foster that much more goodwill amongst my colleagues and my students, both present and future.
So Lyceum Academy was founded over 20 years ago by Gordon Massengill. It's a program that was piloted in the middle of the state, and then they brought it here. The goal of the Lyceum program is interdisciplinary learning. It's getting our students involved across the subjects, learning both inside and outside of the building. We've been here at Hanover for over 20 years. We're very proud of the history that we've had here. We've had a lot of former students that came through Lyceum actually become faculty at New Hanover. We've had a lot of students be very successful at the collegiate level in all different shapes and formats, from the Ivy League down to local community college level to just entering the workforce.
One of the things that I've benefited the most is time management. So one of the things that we have in Lyceum is called recitation. So you can choose to take it your third or fourth block. And it really just lets you set a time aside to do your homework. And once you're in college, you're gonna have to establish that yourself. So Lyceum helps you build those skills already. So once you go into college, you're already prepared for time management.
So when it comes to AP testing, it's easier because you have a whole year to master the content and you have teachers available to help you.
In terms of like college preparation coursework-wise, I'd say our teachers make sure that it's definitely more rigorous. I've taken other AP classes here at New Hanover, and I'd say Lyceum definitely does a good job of not only preparing us for the AP exams, but preparing us for how what we do in class is going to translate into our college classes.
Lyceum is something where we're able to support and challenge your students at the honors and AP collegiate level. So we're helping our students be successful in high school and then transition into those next steps. We're really proud of the work that we do with our students. We're proud of the success that they've had, and we look to continue that tradition and legacy here at New Hanover High School with the Lyceum Academy.
At the Career Readiness Academy, we are a small, non-traditional high school with a focus on personalization. So with our small setting, our students get a lot of individual attention, and typically that's what they say the program does for them. They really come here so that they can focus on their studies and get a lot of attention from their teachers. We offer the business administration pathway through career technical education. So we really encourage our students to take advantage of job shadowing and internships. So we've had students do internships at Live Oak Bank. We've had students with internships in purchasing through New Hanover County Schools. And so we really feel like that gives them that job readiness and work readiness that they can't get anywhere else.
I got started with the Mosley program in about middle school. With the E-Academy side of things, so I would do stuff mostly online, but also come in every once in a while for a little bit. And that went pretty well, and I decided to stick with it through high school because, I don't know, it worked for me. And by doing that, I've gotten pretty great opportunities like the CCP program, getting early college work done with Cape Fear, and this really great internship at Live Oak through Ms. Kirby, the career and college counselor there.
It's a great time. Like, it's more difficult to fail your classes than to pass them here. The teachers are great. They're very supportive. The staff here is very supportive.
So IB dates back to the 1960s. It was a program named the International Baccalaureate Program, hence IB, that was started in Europe by a group of educators, inventors, and thinkers who wanted to challenge how traditional curriculum kind of evolved beyond the traditional classroom based on country and culture. So they developed this curriculum called International Baccalaureate that they pushed into all of the different continents with an aim of uniting the globe through education and ultimately making the planet a better place.
I think in the IB program, you sort of get a chance to begin almost like a college major early. So I love politics, and so I've been able to focus my studies, no matter what subject area it is, into politics in some way. So like with my math, I was able to learn about politics through the lens of math. And with our EE, which is extended essay, I was able to do it on global politics, and so I learned a lot through that I wouldn't have learned elsewhere.
IB really does focus on the global level in really any of the classes. In my art class, we usually talk about like lots of contemporary issues that span a global significance in the art world and in the real world, with other courses such as like biology, where we discuss ethics of current innovations. So it's really a great global program.
Isaac Berry Early College High School is part of the North Carolina Cooperative Innovative High School. We give an opportunity for students to come and get fast-tracked into life after high school. So part of the program that we have here is mainly geared to first-generational college students, to give them an opportunity to get that jump start, as I was saying, into college. So once you enter Isaac Berry as a freshman, you spend the first 2 years working with our high school curriculum. It's an accelerated pace, and at the end of your sophomore year, you begin to take college classes with our partner, the University of North Carolina, Wilmington.
It has honestly been a phenomenal program, both in regards to the curriculum and my peers. You end up just forming a really strong connection with your cohorts. It makes you feel prepared to pursue anything you want to do.
Isaac Berry is really good. Once you start getting into that good work schedule, you're gonna do great. I honestly had a really fun time here. The community is actually really small. There are only like, 70 children here that come in like every year. And it does help that we only have 9th and 10th graders, but I really like the small community, and it kind of I just like that, yeah.
Since coming to Isaac Berry, it's definitely been like an adjustment, because there's definitely a lot more work, but I've gotten used to it, and I think there's definitely a lot of opportunities here for everybody.
The STEM program at Laney is primarily designed for students who have a strong interest in science, technology, engineering, and math. And we also have students who are strongly interested in the medical areas. We offer 5 levels of Project Lead the Way engineering courses, including aerospace engineering, and we just added architectural engineering as well, and civil engineering.
Well, going into high school, I easily chose this school because of the STEM program. I've been able to play high school sports at high level, been able to get a high education as well. It's been unlike anything I've seen in the county.
I really like the STEM program. I started my freshman year, and I think it's great because for people like me and many others that want to go into the medical field, engineering, and stuff like that, it's a good foundation for later, and it's like a stepping stone for college and things like that.
We do many things. We have clubs like Science Olympiad or Sea-Perch, and we have refresh meetings like STEM activities with Coach Leek, or like environmental club. The biomed side does like meetings after school, and then the engineering side, which is the side I'm on, we do refresh meetings.
So if you are a strongly motivated student and you are very interested in the STEM areas and you are planning to go into a STEM major as an undergraduate, please check out the Laney STEM program or contact me, Ellen Sally.
So the Marine Science Academy, we have extended the program to be all 4 years. We find that that supports our new Hanover County students the best. The Marine Science Academy is an 11th or 12th grade program, and we're finding that those students are really settled into their home schools at that time. So we opened it up. Students can now come for biology in 9th grade, and they will be an Ashley Eagle, and then they'll continue on with chemistry and AP Environmental Science in their 10th grade year. Today we are at the aquarium at Fort Fisher, and so I have my Marine Science Academy students and my biology students here, and they are all getting to participate in a behind the scenes tour and review for their quiz tomorrow.
The Ashley Marine Science Academy has actually helped me. I've been interested in marine science most of my life, and I thought I wanted to go into bioengineering, and because of this program I've actually been able to narrow that down to more of biotechnology and actually get a chance to get an internship at the Center for Marine Science here in Wilmington, and that's given me a better look at what I want to do for a career.
You get a lot of real-world experience in this program. Like I said, going to internships and going to UNCW and working with all these professors and just people who have been doing this for a really long time. And Miss Thompson herself has been doing it for quite a while, so it's really great. And she definitely helps you try to figure out what's the next best step for you, so that's really great. It's just a really great program to be in. You get to experience a lot of cool things and get some great opportunities, so I definitely would recommend it to anyone.
CTEC's the best place on earth. We love to be at CTEC. We are in our 5th year of operation. We're still in our infancy as a school. We are serving 240 children this year, up from 44 just 5 short years ago. We've lived through the pandemic and the hurricanes and all the things and moves across buildings, and we're still standing and growing and getting better every day. We have children that will be able to earn certificates, diplomas, or degrees from Cape Fear Community College at no cost to their families. They will also graduate with a high school diploma. And one of the things that makes us unique is we were created to fill the gaps in the workforce. So our children get hands-on opportunities early on in a career field of their choice. And we provide 4 separate academies here on campus where our children are learning construction trades, they're learning cybersecurity, medical terminology, pharmacy tech, culinary and hospitality. We've got a big plate for children to choose from.
It's a smaller environment. It's more career-based, so then people focus on you more. They want you to succeed, and then they give you advice on your career choices. People here are more about your future, about what you want to do here, one step ahead into your future, your career. And that's one of the main reasons I did transfer here.
I needed that family type connection to learn better, and you're really close with all the teachers and the other students here. That was a really big thing for me.
CTEC is a really amazing school, and if people are debating it, then they definitely should come.
Well, WEX is a cooperative and innovative high school, and we partner with Cape Fear Community College. Our students can graduate actually with a high school diploma and a 2-year associate's degree, and they can also graduate with some type of credential. So they have many options. Our current school size, we have about 250 students in grades 9 through 13. The majority of our students graduate in 4 years, and they can go on to any of the state schools. Most of our students stay in-state. UNC Charlotte, UNC Chapel Hill, NC State, and UNC Wilmington are probably where most of our students transfer to. And most of them are able to either graduate in 2 or 2.5 years with their bachelor's degree.
So I chose WEX. I actually teetered on it because I had lots of friends going to traditional high school. But I wanted to go to WEX because the fact that you get an associate's when you graduate without paying for it is insane. And I really want to go to college, so that was the best step for me. I also chose it because I was really intrigued by the environment of the teachers. So the class sizes are very small and your teachers are there to help you. I'm one of those people who's a hands-on learner, and if I don't have a teacher with me to teach me, I don't learn very well. So the fact that your teachers care and want to help you walk through the process was super awesome.
I really like WEX. Whenever I did come into school in 9th and 10th grade, it was like I was coming to a second family almost. Because the teachers there, they really do want you to succeed, so they encourage you to answer questions and to also ask your peers questions. All my classmates are really helpful and also helping me deciding what I wanted to do in the future. Yeah, mostly just everyone's just really nice.
Welcome to New Hanover County Schools. I'm Dr. Charles Faust, Superintendent. It is my sincere pleasure to welcome each of you to our team. You've joined an accomplished school district in one of the most vibrant towns in North Carolina. We have wonderful, diverse, and inquisitive students. We attract and retain top educators, and we enjoy the continuous support of an engaged school community. With your expertise and dedication as professional educators, New Hanover County Schools can become a model of academic excellence and the top district in the state of North Carolina. You can expect boundless opportunities to contribute to the support of our students while continuing your own professional development. To do so in a pristine beach community is an additional bonus. As you join our team, I want you to remember one thing. Students are our collective priority. I firmly believe that all students can learn, and our job is to create and offer a first-class education in a safe and inviting setting. No matter the position you hold, it is up to all of us to ensure that our students, all of our students, are learning and achieving in a safe and supportive environment. I look forward to meeting each one of you and to hear about extraordinary work that you'll do. Strive for excellence every day. I wish you the best, and remember, it is up to all of us to provide the highest quality education possible to our students. They deserve nothing less than our absolute best. I know that you will do just that. Welcome to the team.
We are so excited to celebrate all of our Teachers of the Year and our Principal of the Year finalists tonight at our Educator of the Year celebration. So our teachers and principals are nominated by their peers to be the Teacher of the Year at their site or a Principal of the Year nominee for the district. They all submit portfolios, and we have a committee of 14 people who review those portfolios. And from there, we've identified 11 finalists for Teacher of the Year and our 3 Principal of the Year finalists.
Hendrick Coda Wilmington has been partnered with New Hanover County Public Schools. This program is a program that we started 10 years ago in a way to recognize what the people do every single day in education. Educators touch every single one of us every single day. They touch our community. It's near and dear to our heart. We're going to continue to figure out ways to help education. We're going to figure out ways to recognize educators because that's what it's all about.
Join me in congratulating Mr. Christopher Madden, Principal, Williston Middle School, as the 2023 New Hanover County School Principal of the Year.
I was once told that every season of difficulty is also a season of preparation. I can't promise what lies ahead, but I know that the perseverance shown these past 2 years will make us stronger and better equipped for the challenge. Thank you for this opportunity. It is truly an honor.
Congratulations, Mr. Stephen O'Neill, CTE teacher at Ashley High School. You are the 22-23 New Hanover County School overall Teacher of the Year.
To get an honor like this, to receive accolades from the strength of nominees and New Hanover County Schools, the professionals that I work with at Ashley and throughout the county, is just really, really humbling. From the bottom of my heart, I pledge to keep the fight going, and thank you so very much.
My name is Jeremy Matthews. I'm an orchestra instructor at Hanover Middle School. I'm introducing our high school all-county orchestra conductor, Dr. Jim Wadlow. He's a native of Oklahoma. He joined the faculty of Meredith College as Director of Instrumental Activities in 2007. He conducts the Meredith College Philharmonic, Meredith Sinfonietta, and college opera and musical theater productions. He has conducted over 90 musical and opera productions at the professional and college level. A strong advocate of music education, he has conducted over 250 guest appearances and clinics in public schools across the country. Let's welcome Dr. Wadlow. That was 3 dance episodes by a name that we thought we'd start the concert with a name that everybody's heard of, Mozart. The next piece that we're going to do is by an American composer. And one of the things that's unique about this is that for this high school group, the entire thing is done staccato, which means they don't use the bow at all. And we were talking about this in the orchestra earlier today, but many of them have not played a piece that's entirely staccato since their first year of playing. And it's actually quite difficult what they're doing. It requires quite a bit of technique and quite a bit of concentration. And there's many things that they've had to do with their instruments. There's a lot of special effects in theirs that they simply never had to do on their instrument. This is Leroy Anderson's Pink Blank Fun. To rehearse that without a conductor takes a little bit of finesse and some time. But it takes an enormous amount of concentration and then it takes extra awareness in the group. I couldn't be more proud of them about the way that they just played that. One of the things that we do at the college that I teach is we try to do a composer from a South American country on every semester. And they're not necessarily as well known, but they write some fantastic music down there that unfortunately really never leaves the continent. The next composer we're going to do is one of those composers. Really young guy, born in the early 90s. He's a cellist. His name is Gabriel Alencar. He's from Brazil. And if you look at the title in the program, all that mess of Portuguese translates to sky and clouds. So imagine, and of course I chose this knowing that I was going to get to do the Hanover of all county. And I said, so imagine this. This is supposed to represent a lazy day at the beach on the west coast of Portugal. I would like to echo what Ms. Franklin said. It's so exciting to be back. I think the last time I did this at Polk County was 8 years ago, and it's so great to see the State of the Union. I just really would like everybody to take a second. Give the teachers of all of these meetings one more round. Students, those of you on stage and those of you who played earlier, I hope you realize that what you have here is special and that you are a part of something that's special.
because not every community has what it is that you have here. It's been a joy, a pleasure, and a privilege to work with these men and women on stage over the last 2 days. We're going to end with something that's completely opposite of the style that we just played. This tune that we're playing is really angsty. And for lack of a better, it's this C minor. And the best way to describe a lot of this is just its controlled rage. I think is what we feel a lot of this music. This is from the Sturm and Drang area, which translates to storm and stress. It was about a 15-year period in the late 1700s where composers started taking chances musically. And you'll notice that this really is everything that you're about to hear. It's about 15 years before Beethoven that would have a really profound impact on his style of writing that would become more popular later. This is a really obscure Polish composer that deserves to be heard far more often than he does. Thank you all so much for your support of your students, and thank you so much for having us out. This has been a fantastic 2 days working with everybody.
Good evening. Welcome. I am so excited to welcome us all back. After 2 years, we are finally back with the New Hanover County Schools Orchestra Festival tonight. How about that? Yeah. I am Jackie Booth. I am the supervisor of K-12 arts education for New Hanover County Schools, and I am so excited tonight to see all of these wonderful musicians at work. What you're going to see tonight is a culmination of a lot of work and rehearsal in our classrooms every single day. And in fact, I'd like to thank our Holly Shelter Orchestra for showing us before the show just a little bit about what that looks like in a classroom. Thank you. All right. It's been a little while, so I got to look at my little notes here. Tonight, we cannot do anything that we do here without you and your support of these students. So thank you so much for being here and supporting our arts programming and supporting our young artists. That is super important. So thank you, parents, family, advocates, everybody. At the end of tonight's show, your students will meet you in the lobby. We please ask that you all wait for the whole show so that our students can watch each other perform and learn from each other as we go through the night. But they will meet you in the lobby at the end of the show. Without further ado, I would like to start tonight with the Holly Shelter Orchestra, and we are going to flow right through every single group so that we get in and out tonight. I hope you all enjoy, and here's Holly Shelter. Thank you.
Can everybody have their seats so we can get started? He was just in there. Oh, there he is. He has a broken toe. Okay. Apologize for us going over our time, folks. I'm really trying to keep us on track. We had a couple things that we had to, plow through on. So thank you for hanging in there with us, and I apologize again for our tardiness. Next up is approval of the minutes. Do I hear a motion to approve the minute? Let's, do we want to do them all three at one time? Okay. Approve the minutes as presented. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Okay. Nelson and Adams, is that what I heard?
I'll
Okay.
second it.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? Okay, great. Next on our agenda is consensus items. Do I hear a motion to approve items A through AD on the consent agenda?
Move.
Okay, is there a second for that?
Second.
Adams, any discussion?
Yes, I would like to pull item A.
Item A, okay.
Personnel report.
Anything else?
Yeah, I'd like to pull out all the budget ones. The budget summary report, year-end budget amendment, and then the budget amendments.
Okay, you know that these are for this year's budget, not next year's.
Yeah, I just have questions.
Okay, all right. So that is
W, Y, and AA.
W, Y, and AA. Okay, anybody else? Okay, so all in favor of approving consensus items with the exception of A, W, Y, and AA, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. All right, so now let's get personnel report, item A, or letter A.
Are we supposed to have a discussion here? Because I would like to discuss.
You pulled it, so whatever you want to do.
Okay, well, I didn't get it until an hour or two ago, and it's 23 pages. And I would hope that would get more notice. I don't want to vote on something I can't look at. That's simple. That's, I was elected to do a job, and that's what the constituents expect me to do, is when things are shown to me, that I look at them and then I vote on them.
She look at mine. Mine's not up there. Yes, ma'am. No, I'm not, but go ahead.
So I was able to access this yesterday afternoon, and so my question is just to Crystal, when was it posted into Assembly, I guess is my question.
The personnel report was posted confidentially under the closed session item of the agenda last Thursday. As I received additional updates to the personnel report, I would update the report as it was given to me by the Human Resources Division.
So it was found under closed session, not under consensus items, which is maybe why people had a hard time locating it.
That is correct, Ms. Adams. The personnel report was posted under closed session where it has always been posted pending board approval, and then upon board approval, the personnel report is then transferred under consensus personnel report item.
Thank you for that clarification, Ms. Bowie.
Yeah, thank you. That was my stupidity.
Well, I found it under other places as well.
Okay.
That's why when I thought it was there, I didn't see it. It's not that she didn't post it, it's just, I normally look at it on a different location.
Right, and I wasn't informed that it had been moved, so I just.
So what do you want to do with this, Ms. Justice?
Well, I'm just not, I just don't feel comfortable voting for something until I have time to look at all 23 pages of it.
Okay. Is there a motion to go forward, or?
Motion to approve personnel report as presented.
Second.
Okay. Okay, any discussion?
I pretty well told you how I feel. I just don't feel comfortable until I look at it.
Okay. Anything else? All right, Ms. Bowie, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Justice?
No.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
No.
Ms. Craybill?
Yes.
Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
And Mr. Bullier?
Yes.
Okay, so that passes 5-2. Next on to letter W, the budget summary report.
That was me that pulled that.
Yeah, so.
I just really generally want to know what its purpose is for updating it, why it's on the consensus agenda, or is a consensus item?
So this report is required to come to the board quarterly, and so this is just a quarterly update.
And is this just a smaller summarized version of what you gave me like a couple weeks ago?
Yes, ma'am. This is as of May 25th was the last time I ran this report versus the document you received.
Thank you.
Okay, do you want to make a motion to accept it?
Yes, I will make a motion to accept item W, budget summary report.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Wildebohr, any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that one passes 7-0. Letter Y, Ms. Walker.
So I didn't see any kind of attachment. I guess I just wanted an explanation. There's a summary here with main points. So, I mean, and I don't remember. We probably did this last year, and I do not remember doing that. Does she know?
Okay, so this is the year-end budget resolution. Is that the one that we're discussing?
Yeah.
Yes, so this budget resolution authorizes us to be able to adjust as revenues come in. So we'll still receive some revenue between now and June 30th. And this resolution will allow me to go ahead and budget those funds and be able to maximize our state and federal funds if need be to use up that funding and save local money. And then I would bring any adjustments back to you in the meeting in July.
So you can move money around to save local? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. So if we have state money, like, for example, if you have a vacancy savings, maybe you have a vacant position in June, that month. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. If we have a position that's not filled in June, and then that we would have money left in state funds if they were paid out of state funds, and it would give us the opportunity, if we have allowable expenses in local, to be able to move those to use up the state funds and not revert money back. And this is something we do every year. It's a year-end closeout procedure, and this is a resolution that we've brought to the board for approval in the past.
Yes.
Ms. Justice?
This is very interesting. All right, so since the beginning of the fiscal year, we've had quite a lot go on, and we've had a lot of people leave, and so we're probably state employees, and so that money is not being spent for salaries or benefits. So that money, what you're saying is we can use that money at the end of June instead of local money to pay allowable items, correct?
Yes, ma'am. If there are allowable items, we can do that. And this is something that happens every year. You'll have vacancy savings, and you would adjust your budget accordingly and identify. Normally, it would be one-time type items because it's not, a reoccurring vacancy savings. It's a one-time. Hopefully, we would hire those positions and not continue to have the vacancy savings.
Okay, so the money is not going back to the state. We get to keep it, but reallot it.
Yeah, this amendment would allow me, to make those adjustments so we wouldn't revert money back to the state.
Okay, well, thank you. That's interesting information.
Yeah.
Is there a report you run for that? Is there, a way to know where the money is being moved over? Is it an easily printable report or shareable report?
So we run the report like I provided to you, and then we look at that by program to determine after all of our expenses have hit after all the expenses have hit for June, so payroll and all of our invoices have been paid, we see where the money funds might be left, and then based on that, we make adjustments.
You do that by the end of June, you just said?
Right, so after we make our final payments in June for payroll and paying invoices, that's when we are able to make those adjustments.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Did you make a motion? We didn't even get a motion
I
yet.
made a motion,
Okay.
we were just talking.
Okay, is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to adopt.
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. Oh, is there any more discussion since we just had the motion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, aye. Any opposed? Okay, pass 7-0. On to letter AA, budget amendments.
Sorry, I'm just reading it. So basically, it says in here that you're taking from funds, let's see, to revenues to so is this kind of similar to what you were doing earlier, where you're just, are you taking from funds to pay other things? As I'm looking here, it says state, local, and federal. It's broken down. And it's got federal fund number 1, you're taking some ESSER funding out and gear funding. I'm trying to understand what this means, passing this.
Sure, yep. And so each one may be a little different, so I tried to give an explanation of what the amendment was. And so, for example, for the state budget amendment, for the most part, this is just recording revenue that has come in since the last time a budget amendment was brought to the board. And so these are things that come through, DPI would send us different revenue allotments, and this is just allowing me to record those revenues on our budget, on our general ledger. The local current expense amendment is to record, we received $159 related to computer repairs. There was some damage and we received some money to be able to repair that. And so this would allow me to record that revenue, and it's also allowing us the vacancy savings that we identified in local to be able to use that money to cover some one-time expenses where we saw overages in our local budget that we had not anticipated, for example, utilities and some contracted services. It also allowed us to be able to order our instructional supplies earlier so that we, one, could make sure that we had those supplies here at the beginning of school. Whenever the school came, the kids came back to school, we would have those supplies ready for them, which we haven't been able to do in the past, but because of the vacancy savings this year, we were able to do that. Also, it does take into account some of the adjustments was related to, we had already identified some federal and state vacancy savings, and so we were moving some things over to those different funding sources to save some local money. The capital outlay adjustments by project, I had an attachment for that if you have specific questions there. The other restricted revenue is also, this amendment similar to the state as far as we're just recording revenues that's been received since the last budget amendment provided to the board.
Question, you got federal fund here, you gave examples that, because I had looked at the ESSER funding and some was for the children with special needs and the homeless population. Are you taking money out of these ESSER funds to pay for that?
No, I'm recording revenue that's been received from the state.
Do you have a motion?
If anybody else have any questions?
Well, if we make a motion, then we can just.
Okay. Yeah, I'll make a motion to go ahead and pass that.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, is there any more discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passes 7-0. Okay, so now we are through with consensus items. Now on to old business, the 2022-2023 budget proposal. I guess Dr. Faust and Ashley. Yeah, I'll send her a text. Maybe she'll just listen.
Okay, so Ashley and I are going to try this again and present. This is very much an unfinished product.
preliminary. We have not put into the budget the federal. We have, of course, we learned the outcome of the budget on yesterday, and so today, Ashley and I have been working diligently on this budget and having multiple conversations. What I will say is, right now, we are at a deficit of $17 million with the ask for the current budget that the board voted on. So we're going in as a deficit, which would mean in order to balance this budget without adding the federal, because federal will come, we'll have that at our next board meeting where we'll do the whole. If this were to continue, we are currently having to reduce 330 positions. So I just want you to know that before we start, that we are at a deficit at 17 million starting off. I will now let Ashley, it's all yours.
Okay. And I also want to just add to that as we're going through this presentation, we're just talking about next year's budget. Previously, when we've come up, we've talked about a 3-year budget because we were trying to gradually have this increase to fund the raise, knowing that we had the ESSER funds available to be able to do that, and then also hoping that the county would gradually give us some increases to help out with, the budget over the next 3 years. So as we're going through today, I want you just to keep in mind, and I'll probably mention it later in the presentation as well, that we're talking about the budget for next year. So these revenues that we're seeing here, the changes, we now have our state planning allotments, which we didn't have last time we spoke. So now we really know, the state's only going to fund $15 minimum pay. So whatever's over that, we talked about it briefly before, we have to be responsible for that funding.
So before you go to next, the board members, you're probably looking, you don't have a copy of the hard copy. We finished this at about 2 o'clock. We had a 3:30 meeting, okay. So that's why you don't have this. That's why it's like it's preliminary. We're wanting to show you something based on what took place yesterday of how it affects the district.
Thank you.
And so the next slide, I wanted to take some time to talk through what we know about our revenue at this point. And so we don't have our federal planning allotments yet. We hope to have those soon and to be able to provide that information to you at the next board meeting. So I'm going to go through and talk through this slide, and I apologize for it being so small, but I felt like it was information that you needed to see some of the detail. So starting with what we learned last night, the county is actually going to reduce us this $1,157,000 $1,157,258. And so how we come up with that number, when we're talking to the county, or the county was communicating yesterday, they're going to hold us at the $3,434 per pupil. But when the county did their projection of what they thought our student numbers were going to look like next year, they're actually using $24,532 as the student number for next year, which is 337 students less than what we got funded this year. So that's how we came up with an actual reduction from the county. The county is...
Ms. John, can we just take the tablet?
The problem is, I just want to ask a quick question, okay?
I know, but we're not...
But then if we go through an extensive budget, and it relates to what's going on so we can understand.
Can I ask the will of the board, should we hold questions and write them on our tablets and then come back to them so that we can get through?
Please.
Is there a will of the board to do that?
Well...
Is there will of the board to do that? Okay. Miss Bowie, would you call the roll? I'll make a motion that we hold our questions until we get through, please.
Second.
Okay. Second, any discussion?
Yes, if you want to hear information and understand it and you have questions, you have to wait 10 minutes. It's going to lose its effect for the understanding. This is how it works in a classroom when kids are learning things.
Okay, this is not how it works in board meetings.
Right?
Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll for us?
Ms. Justice.
And
Ms. Justice?
Yes.
No.
Wait, no, wait a second. Oh, I don't want to hold it.
The motion is to hold questions.
No.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
No.
Ms. Craybill?
Yes.
Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
And Mr. Boyer?
Yes.
Okay, that passes 5-2. So you have a tablet that Ms. Bowie gives us each week, so just go ahead and write down your questions and we'll get back to them. Let's just let her go through it.
Can this be shared so I can see it?
We don't have it.
Actually, we're making copies of it now.
Thank you.
All right, do we want to hold or you want to? Okay, folks, we'll just take just a moment while we wait for our copies.
I apologize for not having
No,
those
don't
copies.
worry about it. It's all right. It happens. We're just thankful that you got us information in the turnaround time. 24-hour turnaround time.
It can be done for 1 year and then move on. Right. 3 years.
Thank you.
Already.
You know, if I'd had that, I probably wouldn't have even asked for that motion because I got it written on that thing. They're trying to figure out what's in there.
I'm getting ready to get one. We're putting them off right now. That's what's up there.
Good.
Oh, no. Yeah, you. All right, Ashley, go ahead. We're waiting just for 2 more, but we'll go ahead.
Okay. Next, I have listed, and I'm going through the local county appropriation column that's in the PowerPoint. This is what was approved by the county last night. They approved to fund $268,852 for the charter school payments. Were showing, so this is addition to what they funded this year for charter schools. So this was because the county was projecting an increase for charter schools, and so that's how that increase came to be. They're also funding an expansion of pre-K, so that's the $1,555,726 you see. We're including a fund balance appropriation of $982,235, and you'll see further in the presentation where that number's coming from. I'll refer back to that for you. We're currently, just for your information, in this current year, we're using $7,975,000 of fund balance in this year's budget. So this increase that we're showing on the screen as a fund balance appropriation would bring the fund balance appropriation up to $8,957,235. We would also be using $10,856,974 of ESSER funds next year. We would be redirecting resources in ESSER related to HVAC projects, and that's the $1,029,750. We would also be redirecting funds related to facility projects, and that is $1,173,371. We would be redirecting resources related to PPE, supplies and equipment, $350,000. Redirecting resources related to summer learning, so that would not be this summer school, of course, it will be next summer school, $2 million. Redirecting resources related to after-school program, that is $1,650,000. Redirecting resources related to curriculum supplies, and so that also would not be this coming up school year, it would be the next school year, $95,771. And we would also be using funds set aside in stabilization reserve of $4,558,082. And so that gets us to a total revenue change for next year of $12,506,529. And we had some per pupil information we'd like to share with you tonight as well. I'll let Dr. Faust take this part.
So there was an ask for to show the per pupil spending again. So I wanted to provide that for you. So again, currently for the 2020-2021 school year, including child nutrition, the local funds, the federal funds, state funds that we spend on our schools is to the far right in the total. And you can definitely go down and you can see what we spend from the local, or what we provide locally, and these are what we consider, including wraparound services. This is teachers in the building, clerical in the building. This is every employee that works inside of that building, and this is the expense for those. So you'll see that the cost for some, and you see the ADM, which is your annual daily membership, and it tells you how many students are in that building. That's what the third column is, and then it goes to state. That was on our main presentation. Any questions?
Well,
I'm sorry. That was the one that was thrown in, so I didn't know if we needed to stop about for per pupil.
Okay.
Because that was one of the requests. Or did you want? I'm sorry. Do you want to hold?
Does anybody have any questions? Look, we'll take a pause. Does anybody have any questions up till now that we can go ahead and get those asked? Ms. Justice?
Okay, I'll start. I've got a couple questions, but if you want me to just ask one. Okay, the county. Are there projections for 24,000 something or the other, which is about 1,000 less than ours, as far as our student enrollment next year, correct?
Yes.
What will happen if, as the school opens and the students are obviously, say, more than 25,000? Will we be able to get, or since their budget's already set at that, will we be able in any way, shape, or form to get the $3,434 for the students above and beyond what their projections are?
In the past, they have not made an adjustment during the year, but we could certainly request that.
Okay, thank you. That's very good. Could I ask another question?
Mr. McManus first.
Okay.
Do you want?
So I'll
did
even
you
say
want to
that
jump in?
we asked about the 20-day, if they could provide us, if we waited to the 20-day, and that was no.
They said no.
Yeah, it was. This is the number, the projection number that they were budgeting us on.
But that doesn't mean that they couldn't change their minds after the 20, they won't use the 20-day, but they could, if we convince them to change them, using proper information, giving them good information.
Mr. McManus?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to ask a couple questions and then maybe throw in a little analogy before he answers it. I don't quite comprehend or understand some of the per pupil expenditure for schools. J.C. Rowe, which has 23 students, if this is still accurate, the per pupil expenditure, am I correct, is $83,115 per student? Lake Forest Academy has 32 students. The per pupil expenditure is $56,320. And then third, out of all of our 40-some plus schools, Mosley has 73, and they're $30,507 per pupil. Now I go to New Hanover High School, which has 1,500 kids, and they round off $10,000 per pupil expenditure. But if they'll go to J.C. Rowe, they get $83,000. Laney has 9,080, and they're what, 1,203? 2,003, give or take. And C-Tech with 190 kids, their per pupil is 12,000. I'm having a hard time wrapping my hands around how we spend $83,000 for 23 students times 23, and 56,000 times 32, and we're hard up for money. Will somebody please share with me how we spend that much money for 23 students?
So it's expensive to run our smaller schools. We'll start there. And of course, because we provide the services at those schools, this is what it takes to run a school of that size.
Well, if we ever thought about combining schools to save money, I'm just talking aloud, because this $83,000 per student.
And didn't you say, Dr. Faust, that this covers like all the wraparound services?
Everyone.
I don't care how many times you wrap it. That's $83,000 per student. New Hanover gets 10, 8 times as much. I just playing devil's advocate here. I don't get it.
Oh, I get it.
So when we get into budget discussions, will that remain?
So that's part of the allotment. So what has been set up for those schools to be, what's the word, to run, that's what has been, this isn't just this is years. So it's not been changed. This is what we have adopted for previous years too.
Inherited.
What was it?
That's the word.
Inherited.
Well,
so is it fair to say that
Short $2 million. We're talking $2 million for those.
So is it fair to say, Dr. Faust, that our smaller schools get all the same amenities and services that our larger schools get?
Yes.
So that if they need all of the elective teachers, the social emotional, the MTS, and all that, they get everything that all the big schools get.
Yes.
And so it's just so that's what we're saying. So if we take away, then I'm just trying to clarify, so that we know that we're talking apples to apples. They get everything. They get cafeteria people. They get custodians. They get.
They don't even have a
Excuse
cafeteria.
me, we don't talk from the back, from we don't talk. So is that something that we need to, will that help answer Mr. McManus's question?
That's not answering it.
Okay. Ms. Justice?
Okay, a lot of these services, these wraparound services, is actually what costs more. It's not, they don't even have a cafeteria at, say, J.C. Rowe. They bring stuff in.
They do have a cafeteria there.
Well, they feed them. They don't cook food there. We've had that big discussion before. That's one of the problems is the food is not, well, we won't talk about the food at J.C. Rowe right now. That's not the point. The point is that the wraparound services, things like the social workers, the counselors, this is what these students really need in order for them to succeed. This is why they're at J.C. Rowe and why they are at Lakeside. That's why they've been identified. That's what costs more. Like their teachers, they'll teach more than one subject. They don't have a whole teacher for social studies and a whole teacher for English, and that's what it just sounded like you said. That's not how it works. Especially these small ones, like those 2 specialty schools with these children that's got these huge challenges, it costs a lot of money to have all the wraparound services daily to work with them. And a lot of them have one-on-ones and things like that. Wouldn't you? That's what the explanation that you probably needed, better than just saying they need the same thing as all the other high schools, because that's not really a complete answer. Did that help you?
Well, I understand the rationale. I don't understand that we can do that given where we are. The kids at New Hanover and the other high schools and C-Tech also deserve more money. CTEC, we should fill that place up with kids with the vocational arena that's offered there. We should have 1,000 kids there. So I'm just saying, I'm having a hard time. We need to rethink this. I just don't think that's good stewardship, for lack of a better word. And I know, but all kids have challenges. And we can meet, I don't want to not meet their needs, but at $83,000 per child, I'm not the brightest star in the sky, but I don't feel alone anymore.
Okay, are there any more questions relating for that Ashley can answer for us at this point, at this juncture?
Sorry to interrupt you, but.
And
Does anyone have any more questions up till this point?
And
okay.
so just to share, we're just providing information.
Right,
we're not making a recommendation. We're just providing information as to where we are at this point in time.
Yes, great,
Okay.
thank you.
All right.
All right, so tell us what page you're on so we can keep up with you.
Okay, so now I am on operating cost increase, so this is right behind the per pupil information we just covered. So this slide was provided on May 3rd's presentation where I was giving information as far as we had gone through our current year budget. We had identified some areas where we could reduce based on where we thought we were going to end the year. And so I gave this high-level slide, but I thought it would be helpful to come back with a little bit more detail, and especially now that we know more. You might remember in this slide previously, we had included the Chief of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion position as a reduction on the slide, and of course, as you see, I've taken that out. We're not including that in the detailed numbers that I'm about to provide. So on this slide, you can see the continuation of services. So we had talked briefly in our work session about the department requests that had come through, and we had gone through those requests and tried to identify what we would be able to fund. And when we went through that list, these were the things that came out as items that had to be funded for continuation of services. So we're not adding anything new to this budget here. We are just trying to cover increased costs from this year going into next year. So for example, you can see we have a cost for our timekeeping system, $156,000. That was actually implemented this year. It was implemented with one-time fund balance money, and so we are trying to get that out of non-reoccurring funds since we know that's going to be a recurring cost. We've got $45,000 listed here for applicant tracking, and this system will no longer, our current system will no longer be supported by the state, so we needed a system to replace the state system that's no longer supported, so that's the increase you see here. We also had $102,200 increase related to consulting group that we needed to work with here. We're expecting electricity rates to increase $198,000. We also implemented fingerprinting services, and we needed additional $16,000 related to that for next year to continue that, providing that service. General liability insurance actually did not increase as much as I originally had estimated. We've gotten some newer numbers back. I don't have final numbers, but I got a little bit better of an estimate on our general liability insurance. We're expecting that to go up $308,175. Our natural gas rate, we're expecting to increase $37,500. We feel that we need to provide SROs at our middle schools for our athletic events, and the cost there is going to be $14,472. We also had an increase in our Scribbles contract, and so that was going to be $17,000. And then also we have an increase in renting the pools at the YMCA and YWCA for our swim teams, and that increase was $11,000. And so we identified these things that we felt we had to be able to fund these just to continue the services that we had been providing, and we felt like it was critical to do that. And so as we had talked about before, we've gone through the budget and we've identified areas where we can redirect current resources. And so this slide shows you the different areas that we identified to be able to make reductions. And so we identified computer equipment and supplies, we could reduce $88,500. Contracted services, we think we can reduce in some of those contracted services to help fund, like I had said previously on the previous slide, some of those items, $142,800. Reduction in furniture and equipment, $18,000. Reduction repairs for parts and materials, $74,000. Reduction supplies, materials, and food, $478,247. Reduction in workers' comp insurance, we hope to be able to reduce that, $24,800. Workshop expense reduction, $64,000. Contracted repairs and maintenance, a reduction of $15,000. And so this is what we were able to identify. So we really started here. This is where we thought we could make some reductions in the current budget to help fund things that we felt like we just had to have going into next year. And so even though on this previous slide, you're only seeing the $905,000, that's all we were able to find in our current budget, redirecting resources. We certainly had many more items on our list that we thought were priorities, but we felt like these things were mandated or continuation things that we really didn't have a choice. We really needed to do these things. And so that's how we got to the $905,000 you see. The state, as we have talked about before, is requiring us to fund a salary increase. And so we wanted to go through and give a little bit of information related to that. Even though we've talked about it before, I felt like it was good to have the conversation again because we're having to shift the funding a little bit. And so as we've talked about before, the state is mandating a raise of the higher of 2.5% or $15 minimum wage. And they're also requiring us to give a retirement rate increase of 5.7%. So this is the employer piece of the retirement, not the employee. So we're responsible for paying that for that increase in retirement benefit. They're also requiring a health insurance rate increase of 5.4%. So we're required for that. So not looking at anything related to our salary study, the plan that we have talked about previously. If we were to just do what the state is requiring us to do, it would cost us $3,324,432. So the only new initiatives we have that we've talked about for next year's budget is to be able to fund the $17 minimum pay with a 1% step for years of experience. And so as you can see here, we had hoped the county would pick up at least $2 million of the cost of that, which we found out last night they're not going to be able to do that. And so we've shifted all of that expense over to ESSER. And so that would shift $6,375,284 over to ESSER for next year. We are showing on the slides using fund balance to pay the classified bonuses we had talked about. And remember, this is just the first year of implementing those pay scales. So remember, that was our grades 55 through 57. This pays for that raise. Our other employees, which were our grades 58 through 78, they would get the $1,000 bonus. Is what we had talked about at the last board meeting. And so that cost is $597,235. And that would not be something, we were not planning to pay for that with ESSER money. We were going to use fund balance for that. So that goes into, when I was talking about revenue earlier, that's part of that revenue number that I shared with you earlier. I'm going to go back to the slide just a second. So I want to make sure that we recall, the total cost of the $17 minimum wage, 1% step plan was $13 million. So what we're seeing on the screen now for that, the first year is a $6.3 million. We would still have to, over the next 2 years, pick up another $6 million. So everything you're seeing here, just keep in mind, this is just a 1 year. We would be back here going through this same exercise the next 2 years to finish funding the plan. Other expenses that I wanted to bring to your attention, these are not things, yes ma'am.
Could we take a break and see if anybody's got questions before we move into the next category?
Yes.
The expenditures, okay, does anybody have, okay, Ms. Walker, sorry.
Can we go back a couple of slides? I wanted to ask this back then, but continuation of services increases?
Yes.
So I just had a question. You said educator's handbook and public consulting group. Are that one and the same? Are they a consulting group for the educator's handbook, or is it a?
And I'm not 100% sure of all the services that that group provides for us. Is if I remember correctly, it's related to. Do you know the answer to that, Dr. Powell? Exceptional children.
Julie.
What are the services? Can you provide a little bit more information about educator handbook and public consulting group, what the services are that they provide for us?
Educator Handbook is our district-wide universal discipline data monitoring system where office discipline referrals go in and interventions are monitored. And Public Consulting Group actually runs the ECATS program for 504s. ECATS is the state system for IEPs, for individualized education programs, and we use the same version of that to run our 504 plans for students who are eligible for 504s, and that is paid to Public Consulting Group.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, I had a couple quick questions on the redirect current resources. Can you give an idea of what repair parts and materials, supplies, materials, and food, and contracted repairs and maintenance that we're going to have to cut back on? That's kind of when I look at the food part and the repair, that gives me a little agita.
So a majority of the reduction related to the repair parts and materials is we currently have a program where we fund small repair projects, and so this would eliminate the small repairs project, that program, that budget. So we wouldn't have a set aside funding source for that.
So is this going to cut into like our PM programs at all?
What program?
This wouldn't cut
Preventive
into the
maintenance.
PM program. These are anything that the schools request that are 30,000 and under go into this special projects fund. Anything 30,000 and over, we consider a capital outlay request. So this would cut those small projects that schools request during the school year.
So could you give me an example of what that is? Is it like painting, or is it fixing potholes in the parking lot?
It could be painting, it could be adding paved play surfaces, resurfacing a paved play area, splitting a room up into offices, or taking a partition down to create a classroom space. It's really a lot of the unanticipated things that come up either at the beginning of the school year or during the school year.
So this wouldn't eliminate everything out of that. It's just
It would
taking
eliminate
some.
everything out of it.
Yes.
So
These are our, remember we scrubbed.
yeah, I know. I'm just thinking if something comes up and we need to fix it, then we have no money.
No, that's what you said. We're taking everything.
Okay. All right. Well, that's not good. And then we can't buy food.
Food for what?
470.
So what we've done through this process is we've looked at where we were at whatever point in time we were scrubbing the budget. I think that was in April. And we projected out what we thought we would spend through the end of the year. And we looked at things that were not necessarily reoccurring expenses. And so based on that information, that's how we came up with the reduction. So we'll reduce based in those areas. Now, a budget manager, if I decide I want to buy, supplies, and I don't have supplies in that line in my budget, I could move from another line to be able to purchase those things. But we are going to reduce those budgets, and then the budget managers will have the responsibility to create a new budget based on the money that they have and stay within that budget.
Okay. And then the last question is on your new initiative salary increases. So did I hear you say, did I understand properly, that we, instead of using budget money to give salary increases, we are going to give all of our salary increases next year through ESSER?
Yes.
And then redirect ESSER funds that we already had allocated someplace else?
That's correct.
Okay.
Can I follow
Yes,
up on
Ms.
that?
Adams.
And just to clarify, ESSER is non-sustaining funds. So when it's gone in 2024, it's gone, and we will have to figure out a way to replace it or potentially lose the raise or cut positions.
That's
correct?
That's
Thank
correct.
you.
Okay.
Okay. All righty. Ms. Justice?
Yes, I don't see anything in here about discretionary funds that different building principals, the superintendent, people like that have. No cuts are going on in that area?
So we do not have anything called discretionary funds. We budget we have programs. So schools have budgets with programs. Superintendent, finance has budgets within programs. And so each budget has multiple lines. So for supplies, computer supplies, equipment, furniture, we all build a budget based on the dollar amount that we have in those departments or divisions. And so we don't have anything, we don't have petty cash where we just have something set aside. All of our money is budgeted with specific purpose. So when you say discretionary funds, I don't know what the question is, I guess.
Well, when I was looking through the budget, it's I'll just use superintendent since he's sitting up here, his superintendent's office, and it has these different things on there, which is what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually asked this question about a month ago, and I thank you for that answer, because nobody explained that clearly as to why I wasn't getting my question answered. Thank you.
So we've never, I don't remember when North Carolina's ever, in the years, I can say, since I've worked in North Carolina, we've not had a discretionary fund. Everything always has to be budgeted with a line item. So when individuals say that, that means that we're pulling money from a specific budget to fill a request. So if the board says, oh, we want to hire X, then we have to find it in a budget line and reduce that line to fulfill the new budget line. So there's no discretion. We are actually taking away what we usually say make it happen, and we're actually behind the scenes finding it.
Right, and I will say I'll say kind of exception to that rule is with federal money, you receive it over multiple years. So you may see a line item that says unbudgeted because you won't build that budget for that grant until the following year. So you'll have a plan for it, but you can't actually put it in the system until the next year. So that's the only time that's my only disclaimer related as far as having budget on every line.
And thank you, and I understand that. As I said, I had heard, people use that term, nobody clarified it, and I had asked for it about a month ago to understand it, so thank you.
Yep. Mr. McManus?
So before we break, if I can simplify for myself, it is. So we don't go into debt, let's start with nothing right now. We don't go into debt to meet the $15 state requirement. Number two, we already discussed the ESSER funds, they're gone no matter what we do with that. We won't have it as of late after 2 years, so therefore salary will go down.
Well,
if we try to keep that salary, whatever above us. Number three, if we don't give a raise, we do not have to cut any positions. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. We go back to normal.
Okay, we don't have to cut any positions, so no one loses their job.
Well, if they're in ESSER, if notified individuals who we started off in ESSER. And they have they're contracted through
Right
ESSER.
now, if we try to maintain a $17 or $16, we have to cut.
Right.
And the numbers we gave over 3 years,
Right.
are for
Now,
17.
I do want to say, I have not costed out what you're saying, okay? I mean, I've costed out just the state minimum, so that's been costed out, but I have not worked up what a budget would look like with that. So I do feel like we would have to move some things to ESSER, but it would not be nearly what we're talking about today.
Okay, Ms. Walker?
Some positions.
Because we're not having, because, I'm sorry to cut you off, and I just saw your face, I want to answer. So because, remember, because the state's telling us, we want you to spend $3.3 million more, okay? And then at the same time, the county says, we're not giving you any money, but we're going to cut you $1.1 million. So that's why I'm saying we're still going to have to use some funding, and we're still going to have to live within the revenue that we have. And so we might still have to use ESSER to get there. So I just want to I don't want to come back later and, it not be clear.
Support a $17 raise, we're going to lose an estimation of how many positions over 3 years.
Without adding federal, we're at the first stage. There's
330 positions, and that's including the 85 that we originally were paying out of ESSER. Just this plan for just the 1 year, 245 positions.
Madam Chair.
Okay, Ms. Walker?
So you just covered it. It was 85 positions that were hired with ESSER, which were not going to be permanent anyway. Is that correct? Since they were hired with temporary
yes,
funds.
The goal was to be able to absorb those
right
into our state budget through attrition.
Yeah, the hope was our student numbers would come back, and we would be able to, we would have state revenue and federal revenue to be able to move them back into a different reoccurring budget. But we don't know right now if that's going to happen.
When you guys presented the budget a couple times and at the chamber, they was saying that we needed to cut 17 AIG teachers, 34 assistant principal positions, 132.
Those were examples.
Scared Tara,
It said
everybody.
need to, so I didn't know. It was in big red letters, so.
So that was what that was to get us back to the state allotment. And so those were examples of but we have not gone in and said, X is what we're going to cut. We just gave you a sample of the state says that they're giving us 15 positions in this. We have 35.
Would the county like New Hanover run on state allotment levels only? I don't think so. I would think that we would not be that low.
Okay.
Mr. Wildebohr?
How much flexibility do we have to, you said before, move something from one line item to another? Because I guess my question is, one thing that I've been thinking about, this is something I brought up almost a year ago, was, we have this great plan, we're going to one-to-one. I know a lot of other counties use Chromebooks. I know we're going to start this whole Chromebook thing again. But even last night, I believe it was Commissioner Barfield was talking about laptops and iPads and this kind of thing. Maybe this isn't the best time to, would it be possible to use some of that money for
We're
salaries?
funding that with ESSER.
I'm sorry?
We're funding the one-to-one with ESSER.
Okay, but could we take that and slide that in for temporarily, and hopefully our monies come back up? Could we take that money and slide it in for the salary increases?
That is already, so we've already ordered that, when the board, we've already paid for next year, so that money's already actually allocated and spent.
Okay.
Mr. Boyer?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you guys for all your work. Look, honestly, I'll just be very upfront. I cannot put our school district in a financial position where there's no guarantee that these raises can be kept, where we have absolutely no wiggle room whatsoever, and we're cutting positions. I will not vote for that budget, and I will work until I'm blue in the face to make sure it doesn't pass. It is
Okay,
not
let's
responsible.
hold those. Those are good thoughts. Are there any more questions for Ashley up to this point so that we can finish the presentation? Because we went over our time. Ms. Justice,
Well,
you have
will there be
a
discussion after the presentation? Because I have some things to discuss.
do you have any questions for her right now?
No, she's doing an excellent
Okay,
job, though. Thank
Ashley,
you.
go ahead. We're on page other expenditures, I think.
So I wanted to go through other expenditures. So this screen is showing, these are not items that came through department budget requests. I think it's important to say that. These are items that we had, that the county is requiring us to take some things back. So one of the things is landscaping for contracted services. So the county had these contracts this year, and next year they have asked us to take over these contracts. And so that's going to be $385,000 of contracts that we'll have to include in our budget for next year. And we did not get revenue, as you saw on the previous screen for the county appropriation, we didn't receive revenue to cover that. So we're having to use our funding to be able to cover those contracts. Once again, the $1,157,258 locally paid positions, because we had that reduction by the county that we looked at the revenue on that first slide. We're moving those locally paid positions that the county was funding because of the cut. We're moving them to ESSER. And then we also had, going back to that revenue, we also received revenue for the $268,852 from the county that had to go towards charter school payments. So this is just the other side. The first slide was showing you all the different revenue sources and where it was coming from, and now we're just going through and showing the expenses of how we're budgeting it on each line in those programs.
Okay.
We're in a mess.
Okay, and so next we have county-funded expansion. So once again, these are things that were not included in our budget request, did not come through department requests, but these were things that the county wanted to fund. So they're funding 6 additional pre-K classrooms, and that equals $1,265,726. For those additional classes, and that includes the teacher salaries, all the positions and supplies, reoccurring supplies that go with that. We also had some one-time costs associated with that the county is funding, $120,000 related to startup costs, so that's buying, the equipment that goes in the classrooms. You just buy it the one time to stock those rooms, and then that's not necessarily reoccurring. And then we also had some renovations we needed to take care of to make sure that those classrooms were appropriate for that age level, and that's $170,000. And so that's the $1,555,726 that the county referenced in their presentation yesterday. And so I just want to end with this salary increase that we presented tonight is not sustainable without identifying reoccurring revenue source or redirecting additional current resources. And we have gone through this budget at this time, and we've shown you where we could see where we had savings. And so we have not, as a staff, been able to find funding, reoccurring funding, to be able to support that would not cause significant changes to school wraparound services. And so I just felt like that it's important that I say that, and it's important that I say I'm not recommending this budget.
Okay, so the, before we get into questions, hold your questions.
Well, this is about one of these.
Okay, all right.
Okay, because I did, anyway. The landscaping contract services, if I remember right in the past, they were providing it, they were providing these services, and we were providing the use of our fields and things like that for their parks and other activities. Isn't that how we were working it out? Does anybody know?
Eddie, do you happen to recall when this transferred over?
No, this came about back in 2008, 2009. the county approached us and asked that they take over the grounds maintenance, and that would help them to retain staff. At the same time, we were looking at staff reductions, and so at that time, our paint and grounds departments were two different departments, and we were able to merge those departments and not have to oversee the grounds maintenance. The county then came back 2 years ago and asked that we take that back. They asked, it was very late in the budget cycle, and we said, you know, don't take it right now, but we'll plan for it and take it the following year, which is this year.
Okay, I'm 2008, 2009. I'm just trying to understand why they would provide their services without any getting things back in return, unless it was just as the fact that the county and the schools, I mean, that was part of what they felt was important to help the schools, but wasn't there some kind of exchange for them also to get some kind of use out of our facilities? Was there or wasn't?
There wasn't.
Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to understand this.
Okay, so this is what I'd like to propose, that this was supposed to just be kind of a interim information for us based on what we heard last night, and that for the June 21st meeting, was proposing to have a work session where we talked about the budget so that we don't have to have any more conversation tonight. This was just supposed to be thought-provoking and just for stuff to digest, because they haven't had a chance. They have had less than 24 hours to put this together. So that's what I'd like to propose, that we just keep going and then we ask questions on the 21st.
Well, I do have one statement to make, please, and I think this is very pertinent. Okay, I have been a little confused for weeks now since I kept hearing this figure that the county commissioners were saying about their local allotments being funded, the amount of staff we have. Especially, I believe it was the May 5th meeting, I'm not sure exactly what the date was, when I watched Dr. Faust during his budget presentation actually make the statement that we are using 35% of the local allotment to staff people when other districts only use 15. Well, I said that doesn't seem right in all the districts I've ever used. Local allotments, their main use is for staff, for the classroom, assistant principals, etc. So I've been digging, and one of the things, and I need to dig more because it won't be hard now that I found exactly where to find it.
So, Ms. Justice,
no, this is important because this is
this on the 21st.
No, this is a misconception that the county commissioners need to understand. This information is coming from DPI. And Dr. Faust was questioning me a while ago and says DPI doesn't, I'm not talking about DPI funding. They actually have sources of how local funding is spent in all the school districts across the state. And so you can dig into that, and I've got to do more tonight because, as I said, I just discovered this, where to find it this afternoon. I'm not a big researcher. But the point is that according to the state, DPI's funding, they look at the LEAs, where they get their staff allotments, and all across the state, all 100-some plus districts, use usually between 35 and 40% of their allotments for staff. So that 15%, I don't know where he got that, and I would like to know what you did. Yeah, I'm talking, DPI keeps track of LEA's use of local funding.
What local says, in the state it says, first in the state for local per pupil expenditures is Chapel Hill. We're number 9 in the state. There are 116, including the innovation district. So
can I
so then the one, Robeson County has $430 per kid. So what I'm saying is we have a huge allotment, which that's a great thing from the county commissioners. I'm not disputing that there's anything wrong with the county commissioners adding money. I'm just saying that we put a lot of positions in there, and it's okay to do that because we have the funding. What we can afford is of the positions and the increase. We either have to have positions or increase, but you can't have and.
Okay, so let's hold that thought.
Well,
We are gonna talk about
somebody
this
needs
on
to
the
research this.
21st. We're over our time limit, and I really want to keep us moving. It's 9:05, and we were scheduled to be done at 11:15 if we kept on schedule. So we are on schedule. So let's go, hold that thought, and any more questions you have, send an email.
Okay,
All right, so next on our agenda is the interim budget resolution. Ashley?
Yes, I'm requesting approval of the resolution, which will allow us to continue to operate at the current spending levels for all funds until a budget resolution is passed, hopefully sometime in July.
Okay, so is there anything that we need to do with that for you tonight?
Yep, I just need approval for that.
Motion to approve the resolution as drafted.
Okay, has everybody read it's in our notes, has everybody read that? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Can you just explain it in layman's terms what this means?
Yep, so what this means is in case we're not able to pass a budget by July 1, so I think Dr. Faust has mentioned several times, we're required by state law to have a budget as of July 1st. And so if you do not have a budget by July 1st, you need to have a resolution in place to be able to continue operations. So we wouldn't want to have to stop operating the school system because we didn't have a budget on July 1st. So this will give us some flexibility to continue operating at the same level until we are able to pass a budget resolution.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions?
Yes, that's sort of like what Congress does when they don't have.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay, any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, great, got that. Next, we have to do our state-required vote for masking requirements. Per Senate Bill 654, Section 10, for the 2021-22 school year, each public school unit shall adopt a face-covering policy, and local school boards shall vote at least once per month on whether the policy should be adopted. Do I hear a motion?
Move to continue with our mask optional policy.
Second.
Second.
Okay, so Nelson-
Wait, you also
Nelson-
need to add with federal restrictions or EC restrictions or
No, we're
Head
just
Start.
reading-
I think they lifted them.
Excuse me, why don't we, Ms. Adams, did you have a question?
The additional part that we've always had to put in about the Head Start piece, is that no longer?
No, this is the wording that Colin gave me.
Okay.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, great, we will continue on with what we have.
Excuse me, can we have a break?
These two are asking for a
All right, 5 minutes, folks, we're 5 minutes.
Taking a break?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Well, we have 5 on the dais, we could keep going, but we're not. Go ahead. Mr. McManus, go.
I put drops in my eyes.
Yeah, can,
Not going to back.
I mean,
to the dais, please. Okay, we have 4 up here. Next up on our agenda is the year-round schools calendar revision. Dr. Barnes.
Good evening. When we turned in our calendars to the school, to DPI, there are certain restrictions for year-round calendars. We have 2 year-round elementary schools, Coddington and Eaton, are 2 year-round schools, and they have several different models that the state lets you use for a year-round calendar. What we use is a block with a 9-week instructional period with a break between them. Originally, when the calendar was approved, we aligned Eaton and Coddington's third quarter with our spring break. However, the state's restriction does not allow you to go. You have to have your instructional quarters be from 43 to 47 days long with up to a 3-week break in between quarters. And unfortunately, the way we built our calendar originally, there were too many days in the third quarter and not enough in the fourth, because we pushed the third quarter break to align with the rest of the district's spring break. It's uncomfortable, but the state won't approve the calendar unless we make the change that I sent you here. The only challenge, and I think the thing that's going to cause a consternation for some folks, is that that would mean Eaton and Coddington don't have the same spring break as our traditional calendar.
Does this year-round calendar apply to our restart programs who are also on
No, restarts are on a different calendar, and theirs was fine.
Okay.
So these are the only 2 schools, but the state won't approve our calendar in its current status.
Okay, do I hear a motion to approve the calendar as presented?
So moved.
Ms. Justice, is there a second? Second. Mr. Wildebohr, is there any discussion? Ms. Justice, is that discussion?
I've worked with year-round schools in other districts, and that's always been a problem. But the advantages for those who choose year-round, it makes it worth it. So I'm sorry that it's a fact because of family situations.
Yeah, and we do want to apologize to the families that now have kids. And, if you have kids in 2
It's not us,
tiers.
it's the state.
Oh, certainly, yeah. Right.
Yes.
Okay, is there any comments? Questions? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes 7-0. Next up on our agenda is the special events insurance. Is that Ashley?
Yes, ma'am. So as you know, we've tried to reach out to several insurance companies to try to find special event insurance to help with any possible liabilities that may come to be. And so we have listed for you in the attachment, and I'll go through. With Liberty Mutual, they declined coverage for special event insurance due to the high-risk activities. They were not willing to cover that event. National Insurance Group declined, saying that it was a very high hazard liability exposure, and they were not willing to cover the event. Selective Insurance declined, saying that they're not in the market to cover stunt shows. Travelers declined, but with no comment. Employers Mutual declined, saying that the event was prohibited by reinsurance treaties. TAPCO underwriters declined, saying that they do not cover motorcycle stunt shows or parkour shows. Natus declined without comment. Messis declined without comment. Scottsdale declined without comment. Evanston declined, saying that the motorcycle stunt exposure was more than they were willing to cover. CRC Group declined. K&K Insurance declined, saying that they are their market, they do not cover stunt and parkour events. Amwins declined, no comment. Allen Financial Insurance Group also declined, saying that due to the motorcycle stunts. They did not feel comfortable, and they've had problems in the past with motorcycles going into crowds, and so they were not willing to cover. So we have not been able to find an insurance company that would provide that coverage for us.
Okay, so this was an item that Mr. Wildeboer, Ms. Justice, Ms. Walker brought forward. So, Mr. Wildeboer, you want to jump in?
Yeah, if I wouldn't mind. So let me understand, first off, I think we have Mr. Britt, and we've asked him to get, one of the many things that he's had, I guess, barriers. I think he had to buy barriers because we required that. Then he's got to get special insurance. So his insurance wouldn't cover this event then? Because it's like a $3 million insurance that he has to get.
So Mr. Britt and his company would be covered, but the school system would not have insurance for any of these events that took place.
Okay. And the one here says that watching the videos on the website, but again, as he said before, which I understand that that's true, he's jumped through all the hoops. So the videos that these people watched were before he did all the hoop jumping. So have we approached anybody with I can't speak to everything he's done, but there's barriers now, and there's this, and there's that, and he's done everything else. I don't think we've, we haven't done our due diligence in saying, but these are the things we've made him do, now will you cover it? Because even, the one Allen Financial here says, we watched the video, which was an old video which I guess didn't have barriers or did have barriers.
We have provided information that those comments to the insurance companies, and they were still not willing to proceed.
Okay.
Okay, so is there, I'm sorry, Ms. Walker?
Well, I know that he's still doing it in other counties, right? So what are the other, did we get research on what the other counties were saying? What coverage they used?
I got information from Pender County, from the school system and their legal counsel, and they do not allow him to do that. Excuse me, I talked with the attorney from there, so Colin knows him as well, and I was advised through them that that several principals got in trouble for using him because he did not have the appropriate insurance.
Last week at Virgo Middle School, so I just.
Well, we cannot base our decision on what other counties are willing to.
Well,
we can't get 17.
You asked them.
So hold on, Ms. Justice?
Yeah, Mr. Britt is there, and he's gone to a lot of work to try to make this happen, and he'd be a good person to ask questions. He's sitting there, and you're making statements, and I don't know what's true anymore. I am totally confused.
I only know what the legal counsel from Pender County Schools told me. I do not know how they enforce their rules.
Mr. Shive, did you talk to them?
Is he allowed to speak at this, if we want? Okay, well, that's 5 minutes. That's our 5-minute time. It's up there, you can see. If it's the will of the board that we continue the discussion, then we can, I'm telling you guys, I am moving through the,
Point of order.
hang on just 1 second.
He's here. You've been saying he
So
wasn't here.
is it the will of the board that we continue on for 5 more minutes?
Point of order, I'd like to make a recommendation, or I'd like to make a
I
motion.
have already spoken to ask that question. Is it the will of the board that we're talking longer?
Okay, but I'm making a point of order, which supersedes your little point now. I would like to say, we have the gentleman here, we'd like to get to this resolution. We've pushed this on for weeks and weeks and months.
Years.
Why can't we ask him the questions so
All
we
right,
can
that's not
move
even a
forward?
point of order. But if the will of the board wants to, I'm making a motion that we continue, that we move forward and continue this later.
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion
Later.
and a second. Is there any more discussion about moving forward? Ms. Billy, will you please call the roll?
She's got her hand up.
We're just
She
talking
said,
about
is there any
moving
discussion?
forward.
You asked if
All
there
right,
was discussion.
yes, discuss.
As I said, I'm getting confused. Are you trying to help the school system or block something
No,
because you don't have information?
I just want to know if we want to continue talking. If we want to continue talking, then the will of the board,
We just
then we will
wasted
continue
5
talking.
minutes on you talking
That's
about
all I'm
talking.
asking. So, Ms. Billy, call the roll for us to continue. We're voting to extend 5 more, or not extend, yes. The motion is to move forward
Wait a minute, what do you mean by move forward with the discussion?
to the next item on the agenda.
Okay.
Next item on the agenda. And so if you do not agree with that, then vote no. So The motion on the table with the second is to move forward to item, to talk longer than 5 minutes, because I already stated in the beginning that I want to
Just- let's
adhere to
just
our
do it.
times. Okay, so Ms. Bowie, please call the roll.
Ms. Justice?
Keep talking.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
No. That's a no.
It's a no, okay.
No, I don't want to move forward, no. See, that's what I mean, I'm very confused.
I just said it. Okay, so now we're confused. Okay. Hugh. Oh, Ms. Bowie.
Mr. McManus?
No.
Ms. Walker?
No.
Ms. Craybill?
Yes.
Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr?
No.
And Mr. Boyer?
Yes.
Now,
Did I miss somebody? I got.
no, it's four,
Okay.
we
All
won
right,
4-3.
so now, Mr. Britt, if you would like to approach the podium, and we can, we got 5 minutes.
So Mr. Nelson, in the last meeting that you guys had, Nelson said that he wanted to hear from me. He said specifically, we haven't even heard from Dane Britt. Dane Britt's here. I'm here to talk to all of you guys and try to straighten things. That's all I want. And that's all I've wanted this whole time is communication. So it started out with, Dane Britt, we like your show, but we don't want your videos on your business page. So I said I wasn't going to take those videos down. Okay, well, you don't have enough insurance. Okay, what insurance do I need? So I get a list of demands. I meet all of these demands within a week or two. I do the fundraising. I spend $4,000 on steel barriers, which I raised with my own, doing the fundraising with my charity and everything else. $4,000 in barriers, and then I upped my insurance from the $600 a year that I've had forever since the beginning of this thing 12 years ago to now it's $1,600 a year for this $3 million liability policy that y'all wanted. And the insurances that you wanted on my motorcycles that aren't even, they're like child's motorcycles. These are not even street motorcycles. They're for children, these motorcycles. So we're talking about steel barriers, $3 million of liability insurance, which I don't know if you know how liability insurance works, but typically it covers the other person. That's how liability insurance works usually, right? Like that's why we get liability insurance for everything that's around us, not for me. My liability insurance it may not even cover anything that if I wreck or do anything like that, it does nothing for me. That's how liability insurance works, am I wrong? I'm curious.
No, that's a state requirement to drive a car, you have to have liability coverage.
Understood. That's absolutely right. So I felt like he's absolutely right. Thank you. I like communication. So this is all I've ever wanted. I want communication, and I crave this communication because all I'm seeing are people that want to bully, which is the exact reason that I started this. I started this program because New Hanover County Schools failed me 25 years ago. Without getting emotional, the reason I ended up in Pender County Schools to start with is because I got bullied and ran over so bad at Noble because I was in the academically gifted classes and apparently didn't wear the right clothes, that my mother had to move me to the next county to get me out of Noble, out of New Hanover County Schools. And then, of course, I went through the whole process. I became a cutter, had my own issues, of course, but my junior year at Pender High School, they brought in a guy named Michael Waggett. Michael Waggett at the time, he's a great singer, and he was doing a lot of things with a lot of big names and stuff, and he basically was telling us, like, you can do anything you want to do. And I was huge into music. I've always been huge into music. Still am to this day, which is why I'm trying to tell you guys, if you want to take the motorcycles out of it, that's fine. But Michael Waggett changed that for me. He changed where I was headed. I'm telling you, I don't know if any of you guys know what a cutter is. I was literally, self-mutilation was my therapy. These are things that, like, if I can talk to these kids, and I see it all the time because I deal with kids not just at the schools, but on a personal basis because they trust me. They know they can talk to me. They don't know that they can talk to you or any teacher. They can talk to me because I'm one of them. I have a stupid haircut, and I have the tattoos, and I look like them, right? When I see the marks on their arms, they trust me because I don't try to send them to therapy, or I don't try to tell them that they need this or that. I talk to them like a human being, and that's the way it should be. This show is extremely important it doesn't matter what platform we use. The platform is just a vessel. I don't care, and I've told you guys from the get-go, I tried to do a show at Murrayville Elementary School with no motorcycles. I told you I'd play drums for those kids. I'd be this one right here, I played, whenever he was at Murrayville Elementary, I played for him. That's one of the reasons that he told me that he's playing drums now. It sticks. I know you want to hate me, I don't care. No. You can hate me because I have a stupid haircut. You can hate me because you think I do dangerous things. But don't ever question my motives for doing this. My motive are the kids, and it's the kids in my community. I grew up here. I'm from Wilmington. It was unfortunate that I had to leave Wilmington because I had some things going on that were out of my mom's control. She was at the school every other day. I still have night terrors to this day because of things that happened to me when I was 11. Can you imagine 2 or 3 times a week waking up, throwing stuff in your room, and my girlfriend's like scared of what I'm gonna do to her, and because I'm freaking out all the time because of something that happened at school, of bullies. How could you not be passionate when your whole life gets changed like that and not want to change the situation? So please just don't question my motives for doing this. I get it. Shake your head. I understand.
So, Mr. Britt, we only have like a couple
That's
more
it.
seconds.
We got 13
Okay.
seconds.
So, all right, so what I would like to say is that if we don't have any money in our account, and we can't get insurance to have him here. So, so we need to have a decision on if we are going to allow him to do performances at our school without insurance. So I'd like to make that motion that, are we going to allow Mr. Britt to do shows at our school without insurance?
I just want to clarify, Ms.
That's not
Craybill. Ms. Craybill.
Sorry.
You mean without the school system having insurance?
Without the school system
For
having
the event.
insurance, yes, thank you. My motion is to not allow Mr. Britt to do shows at our school without insurance.
Can I ask a question of because there was a question asked, and it wasn't answered, and I understand why, but, so liability insurance, we've heard what liability insurance, Mr. McManus has defined liability insurance, so why would liability insurance not be his liability insurance not cover his
Covers our
motorcycles
kids.
if they crashed into through the steel barriers, et cetera?
So if Mr. Britt and his company have liability insurance, then they're protected, but the school system's not protected in any way. The school system wouldn't have insurance coverage for any claim.
But as Mr. McManus' point, if I have liability insurance, I'm not protected, but the person I run into is. Why would that not be the same thing?
I'm not sure exactly what you mean. I guess if a student was injured at a show.
I have my little Miata outside. I'm driving my Miata down the street. All I have is liability insurance. I run into your car. My car's not covered. I'm not covered, but you are, because it's liability insurance. That's what liability insurance is.
Well, the way it would work for the school system's general liability insurance is that if the school system is sued, then that liability insurance applies to that claim. And if the school system does not have liability insurance for this event and gets sued, then the school system would not have coverage for that claim. If a student is injured at a show, then perhaps that student could try to file a claim on Mr. Britt's policy. I don't know whether or not it would be covered.
All right, I will amend my motion, to not allow Mr. Britt to do.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Motorcycle.
Don't make motions to disallow something. It's not allowed right now. You need a motion to allow for it.
I'm restating that we not allow his parkour and motorcycle performance.
It's not allowed right now. We don't need a motion to do something that we're already doing. Somebody would have to make a motion to allow it.
Okay, then, all right. So does anybody have any more motions so that we can finish up this discussion?
Well, I just wanted to ask Colin, okay, is there waivers that students' parents can sign so kids can participate so we can't be sued?
We could always ask for a waiver, but it's certainly not 100% that would stand up.
But that is a possibility.
We could we could think about asking for one, but I mean, there's I think we always get a little hesitant when we start asking kids to release us from liability for official events that we're.
I do it for field trips with my grandkids all the time.
All the time.
Mr. Boyer?
Yeah, again, here we are, just trying to come up with it on the fly, just like we tried to budget for $1 billion budget, or $250 million budget on the fly. Sir, I have never questioned your motives. My kids loved your show. Been to it a bunch of times. We're talking about what's best for the school system, and we've spent more time during budgeting season trying to find special insurance with money we don't have. That's the bottom line. It has nothing else to do with anything except that we have to pass a budget. And we talk about this more than we talk about a budget. And the result is we're talking about cutting jobs because we're not doing ours.
Mr. McManus?
Mr. Britt. First, Mr. Britt, I applaud you. Don't you beat yourself up one bit. You're on an H of a motivational speaker, just from what I heard you say. You're genuine and you're sincere. What everybody's trying to say, and it's happening everywhere, is school systems are not going to be insured for anything anymore because they're liable. And it's not you. It's not reflective of you. So please don't believe that. I just wish you'd come in all the schools and be paying to speak to kids.
That's part of the show. This is part of the show.
I know, but I can tell you, I still have a lot of friends that are in education and on other boards, and they're not going to do it. The insurance companies are just not going to do it.
Even with me just playing drums?
I'm sorry, but they're not.
You're not
With me playing
hearing.
drums?
Sir?
With me just doing a drum show?
All right, so Ms. Walker?
So he's just offered up doing services without his motorcycles and playing drums or doing whatever he does with his parkour. I don't
Something.
see what.
Parkour is cool.
Excuse me.
Parkour is cool.
I mean, I don't see what's wrong with that. I
I'll
don't see
take the
how that's a
motorcycles out of the
liability.
equation if that's what we're talking, if that is the only holdup.
He's anti-bullying message is very strong, and I just think that we would be missing out if we did not at least
Okay.
vote on it.
I hear you, I see your hand. Wait till Ms. Walker is done, please. Are you done?
Gracious.
Yeah,
Yes.
well, I want to make a motion that Mr. Britt be allowed to perform his anti-bullying programs. And I guess further down the line, we can discuss more about the motorcycles, but in another form that's approved by the board at a later date if you want to approve the form. But right now, it's like drumming or parkour, and if you've got insurance for yourself.
We have more insurance than Flip and Fly in Mayfair. I know because I know the owner of Flip and Fly. We have more insurance than they do.
Okay, so I make a motion.
Excuse me, Ms. Justice, you finish, please.
Okay, so yeah, so I make a motion that we allow him to do his anti-bullying performances, not at the present, not with the motorcycles, but with other forms of, I call entertainment or attraction for the kids.
I'll second.
Make up a policy.
Yeah, we are being specific.
For over a year.
Parkour.
All right, is there any, the motion on the floor is to allow Mr. Britt to perform at our schools without motorcycles and dangerous things. And we have a first and a second.
I have
Yes,
question,
comment, please.
comment or question.
Yeah, whatever.
On some of the things and that are listed here, parkour is named. Do we know that we would have coverage for parkour? Because here's how I view my job. And Mr. Britt, I have, no one up here dislikes you. No one up here dislikes your show.
Okay.
That came, it's not personal.
So why aren't we
Our
working
job,
together?
hold
Hang
on,
on, let her finish, please.
our job is to protect our students and the financial stability of this district. If something were to happen at one of your shows and we are unable to be insured, that falls on our shoulders. And it also means if someone gets injured in one of your shows and we don't have insurance, then we have immunity because we are we're a school system. So that means that potentially someone, let's say, loses an arm at your show because a motorcycle comes flying through whatever, then we have no recourse to support that family.
I see
That
you.
is
Hang
that
on.
is the purpose of this. It is nothing personal. The message of anti-bullying is very important. It is something that we all believe in and are supporting at our school level. When there is danger to our students, that is supposed to be at the front of this. And Mr. Boyer's right. We're talking about potentially having to cut positions and having to pay for an additional insurance stipend that is not currently covered in a budget that we already don't know how we're funding it. That is my hang up with this. It's nothing personal.
Ms. Justice?
Okay, first of all, we're not paying for insurance. We've already established that.
Absolutely right.
Right. Second of all, I just talked to, and I realized my grandson's going on a bowling alley field trip tomorrow. A darn bolt can hit him in the head by accident with some of these crazy kids, the way they throw stuff. I have signed a release. He's going. There's all kinds of activities that our kids, we can't wrap them all in cotton. Him playing drums, what are you afraid of, the drumstick flying across the room poking an eye out? They happen that in band. Come on, guys, let's be real here. This man he is a very great, obviously a motivational speaker. Our kids need to have role models that are outside the regular, I guess you could say, box, because this isn't a regular world anymore. It's changing rapidly. He's a good example of the future here, and he's a good role model. And one of the worst things that happens in middle schools is bullying, and it starts in elementary too. And so this is what our kids need. He's willing not to use the motorcycles. He's willing to pay for his own insurance and not us. I don't know what else you would like. It seems like some people just complain to complain sometimes.
Oh, yeah. So a comment for me is, before we allow you to have one last speak, is that I don't think we need to get in the practice of saying, you contractor, you can come on. You contractor, you can't. You contractor, you can't come on. If a school wants to use him for another event to come and play drums or to do your bullying message, it's up to the school to get that approved and get there and make sure that all the insurance is covered. So I am having a hard time voting to say we're going to carte blanche allow anybody to come into our school, irregardless of you standing there, with your great haircut.
That's a sweet haircut.
It is a sweet haircut. So I just have a hard time with us making that carte blanche statement. If the schools want to use Mr. Britt or anybody else to talk about bullying or to talk about any other topic, then they need to go through the process of getting their own making sure PTAs have to do that, schools have to do that. So we'll give you one more final comment, and then we have to we'll have to vote on that.
I filled out 10 pages of paperwork to DJ at Holly Shelter's middle school formal recently. That's never happened before. So tell me at what point this becomes discrimination against me.
Thank you.
Tell me.
I don't know.
Okay, understood. And that's what I keep getting, is I don't knows. And that's what it's been the whole time. You jump through these hoops and we'll let you, and then suddenly I can't anymore, and I can't even play drums there, and we don't know why. This is why parents and faculty have so many issues with the school board, because of these miscommunications.
Thank you for those comments and those opinions. So, all right, so the motion on the floor, Ms. Justice, would you please restate it so that we can vote?
That we allow Mr. Britt to present his anti-bullying program, not using his motorcycles, but using another form of attention-getting device for our students. That's in a much safer mode, which would be like playing drums. But so.
Okay, so that's the motion, and there's a motion and a second. Ms. Bowie, will you please call the roll?
Madam Chair, I just want to clarify one thing. Does this mean he wouldn't have to get permission from the school? I mean, if the board is saying... No, it does not mean that. That's what I'm saying.
No, he just gets in the process. You're not even letting him do it.
We should not be carte blanching saying anybody can come on. There are procedures. So that's what we're voting on, is allowing Mr. Britt, giving him carte blanche.
What? Wait, what? No, I did not say that. Why are you... I did not say that.
Excuse me, folks from the audience are not allowed to input.
But I did not say that, and I'm disputing you saying my motion that way.
I have a clarifying question. So if this is typically, a speaker can come into a school and it's on a school-by-school basis. The reason the board is approaching this issue was because it was regarding insurance.
Right.
Right? So to say that he can or cannot go into a school really isn't our call.
Right.
If it's safe and it's a speaking engagement, it's a drum situation.
Yeah.
So I don't quite understand why we're voting. And Mr. Britt, if we do have to vote, I am gonna have to vote no, simply because I don't understand why we're voting on this.
Okay, so Ashley, do you need to add anything more for clarity? I hear you, and I'm gonna get you next.
I just thought it might be helpful. You may recall, I think it was at the beginning of this year, we had a change in our contract procedures where we have template contracts now, and if we do anything other than that, it goes to our attorney for review and approval before we move forward. And as part of that, we put in place, even if money didn't exchange, we still wanted to have that contract in place because there were other things like sexual
misconduct,
paperwork that's related and insurance related, so that we were, even if money wasn't exchanging hands, we still had that paperwork to support like we would for any other contract. And so The only reason that this item came to the board was because our insurance carrier said if something were to happen on our premises because of the specific event that we were talking about with the motorcycles and parkour, that they were not willing to cover any liability in that situation. If it's DJing or if it's some of the other things that you do, you would just fill out the contract. You would still have to fill out the contract, and you would put in the description, what you were going to be doing at the event. So then we could evaluate to make sure it was in line with what our insurance would cover. And so that's, I guess, why there's a change in the previous years, why you didn't have to do a contract versus now you do. But the reason it came to the board was the special event coverage piece, because we didn't have liability insurance for that type of event. So going forward, it would go through normal processes if it's not involving the parkour and the motorcycles, the high-risk items, if that makes sense.
Ms. Walker? So you're putting parkour with the motorcycles now?
Why?
I'm just saying that if it's something that's not high risk that our insurance will cover, then it would go through the normal process. For example, his DJing event. That went through the normal process like all of our contracts.
Did you get to DJ? Did you get to DJ?
Holly Shelter, yes. Murrayville Elementary canceled me the night before, a week ago. They were supposed to have a fifth grade social. They canceled me because they said they did not want to have to go through all the processes. So whenever I spoke to the principal, I said I'd already filled out all the paperwork for Holly Shelter Middle, and she said, oh, I didn't know that. Well, why did you cancel me?
Yeah.
Another one of the issues that I'm talking about.
Okay, well, that's not the issue we're voting
What I'm trying
on.
to say is that if the board needs to vote to allow him, if he's following all the rules, then why is one school approving and one not? So we're just basically saying he shouldn't be getting barriers if he applies for something just because he's him. I mean.
Well, and also too, this is not our role, is to decide who comes
Well,
onto
it
the
has to
schools.
at the end.
It's not our role.
It obviously is. You
the
took me
school
out.
system's role. We
Thank you.
have a risk manager who, Julie Moore, who manages all this for us. So I think we need to call the question. So, Ms. Justice, state your motion one more time.
That we allow Mr. Brett to perform his anti-bullying programs at our schools.
Okay.
Without motorcycles.
Okay, all right, yes, all right, so Ms. Bowie, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Justice?
Yes.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Ms. Craybill?
No.
Ms. Adams?
No.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
And Mr. Bullier?
No.
Okay, so that passes 4-3. Okay, thank you. Next on the agenda is written rules of decorum. Ms. Walker, would you like to take the lead?
Yes. Okay, so I brought this forward to the board last, I think our last regular meeting, and Colin made some changes and he clarified some wording, and I think, I apologize for getting it so late to Crystal to be put on, but you guys have copies in front of you. Not much was changed, although Colin may add to what he did make changes on, which I think he just made some clarifying and changed a couple words. Do you want to talk about what you changed?
I just suggested a few small changes, cleaned up a few things, mostly around just tightening up wording, make sure we didn't run into any First Amendment issues. But I think as it's presented now, it's something the board could consider.
And I think that was the only reason it got tabled last time, and I believe that we should vote on adopting these written rules of decorum. I think it's going to be it's going to be helpful to do so because, in my opinion, if you have written rules and people understand what the rules are before they come into the building, before they do call to audience, then they know that the consequences are. And so I feel like it's time that we take our meetings more seriously and we take them back. I think for too long, I think we have been, I think, an easy target. And I think this doesn't happen in other, official meetings. So it's late, y'all. I'm so sorry. So I would just, I would please ask that we adopt these written rules of form.
Is there a motion?
Yes, I'm making a motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
I think it's a great idea.
Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I just said I think it's a great idea.
Ms. Justice, would you like to make a comment? We're following Robert's Rules of Orders. You're talking about having decorum, then we're doing it here with all of us.
I just said it's a great idea.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? I have a couple questions that I just want to make sure that we're all clear on. Is that I'm wondering why we have to say written rules of decorum, because what about if something happens and we don't have it written down, then that mean that we don't address it? Second, when we have may result in consequences, I'm concerned that may leaves us some wiggle room, and if the board wants to be consistent, then I think we should say will have consequences. Wondering why under respectful behavior, no shouting, calling out, or making disruptive noises during the board meeting, with the exception of call to the audience. Does that mean that they are allowed to shout, call out, and make disruptive noises with that? So those questions, and then
You want me to address them?
yeah, I'm just getting them all out so then we can do that. And then I'm wondering, what will we do with this? What is your proposal to do with this document? Do we post in the BOE, online? We reference it in our policies? Do we store it in Assembly? Who maintains this? Is this a board chair, a board clerk responsibility? So,
Question, can you just give them to me one at a time?
yep. So why do we need to say written rules? Why can't we just say rules of decorum?
Because written rules are, in my opinion, establishes them that they are, we have written them down, we have posted them, and they're going, it is my hope that they are posted on our website, on the call to audience page, posted on our door, posted anywhere we're having a meeting, because that just declares to everybody that these are our rules, and that if you come into the building and if you decide to do call to audience, then you have to abide by them. I think just saying them, I don't think is enough. That's why
And
it
so,
says
all
written.
right, so where do you propose we house these? Like, do you want it to be a policy? Do you want it to,
No.
you know, Colin, then, so I need to know where we're going to keep this document. Is this we don't have any board standard operating procedures yet.
Well, you pretty much, before you started, read most of the things that I've written here, so I
all
think
right.
having them written, like I just said, on the website, when you sign up for call to audience, on the door, anywhere that, people are going to come and congregate.
Okay, and who do you suggest is the owner of this document to keep it up to date, if we need to add more things?
The board. It says in here clearly that, this is not an exhaustive list. If we have to, we will add to it.
Okay, so what about the will versus may in paragraph 2?
Well, Colin didn't change that, and I think that just gives you flexibility. That's what I think. I mean, if you want to make it will, then you're going to have to enforce it every time.
I do enforce it every time. I do enforce it every time.
You just started to.
Okay.
Does Colin have a comment on the may versus will?
I think that having it as may gives you some leeway with respect to your
Mm-hmm.
enforcement. Especially when it says disrupting or disturbing meetings. Especially, often you give people a warning the first time.
Well, I am concerned that when I try and do things step by step, methodically, in order to keep the order in the room and to have, thank you, and to have order in the room, if we are not consistent in our handling of things, then that just brings back more bad feelings and more people from call to the audience.
That'll be up to each chair. I mean, that part.
It shouldn't be. It should be,
no.
and I think I'm consistent. Hold on one second. So what about the one, no shouting, calling out, or making disruptive noises with the exception of call to the audience? Are we
Because when
allowed to
we're
make noises there?
Doing legal proceedings when we're having serious discussion, we don't want that. But when call to audience is a time when people get to come up and speak their piece.
So we do want shouting, calling out, and making disruptive
That doesn't
noises?
suggest that we want that, but they're not going to, you're not going to restrict people. Are you going to make them all be quiet when people are up for call to audience?
That is what I'm supposed to be doing. When, like, that one lady here who kept yelling at me, she was on her third, I was getting ready to ask her to leave until she was quiet.
Okay, well, where do you suggest any different wording? Because this.
Yes, I want to take out
this has been every year month.
I know, and I've had all these comments. With the exception of call to the audience, I don't think we need to make an exception. I'm just throwing my points out. Anybody else can make their own comments. So anybody else? Mr. Wilborn?
And I think just the point of this whole thing is one of them is like under the call of the audience, there will be no yielding of time, and we have had yielding time, we haven't had yielding time. Today we had yielding of time.
No, I don't have a problem with adding that in.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm just
I don't
saying
have a
that that's
problem with
why.
adding that in.
And I think it's a good idea to have this when people sign up, so they see it. So when they can't say, well, I didn't know, or something. You know, on the digital thing out here when we have it sit right next to it. As they sign their name, they look at, here's the thing, do you want a copy? You know, that way we have it. We don't
So
need to make a
can
whole
I
bunch
just
of
say the yielding of time, that, we had an issue with that last year because people wanted to yield to everybody. And it's fine if you guys want to keep that, but how far will it go, is what I'm saying.
I don't have a problem with, that's not one thing I had a problem with.
Well,
Mr. McManus?
I think it just sets a basic standard, and I think somebody said it better or best. It's up to the chair. Unfortunately, you have to make an interpretation and decide when to make a call or not. But it's at least a basic format of what you should not, I guess, exhibit in our meetings. And we have had some issues, but it resides with the chair, whoever he or she would be or is.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any more discussion?
Well, again, I think it's a great idea.
Ms. Justice, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I think, yes, I think it's a great idea.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Bowie, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Justice?
Yes.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Ms. Craybill?
Yes.
Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
And Mr. Billiard?
Yes.
Okay, so that motion passes 7-0. We will have these rules of decorum posted in the places that Ms. Walker suggested. I will work with the board clerk to see that that happens. Okay, next on our agenda is board attorney contract. Let's click on that. So the board will review the current attorney board contract ending June 30th, 2022. I'd like to start the conversation is that with making a motion that we extend the board attorney's contract from June 30th to indefinitely like we had before.
Second.
Is there
Want a
is
clarification
there,
of that?
yes.
Does that mean it's, that if we decide to go with somebody else or to do an open search, that they would have the contract, but it'd be like a 30 days previously?
We would have to adjust the contract.
But we can do that, that's what doing it
If that,
doesn't-
yes, so the motion on the table is to extend their contract, because it is up June 30th, and we need to extend the contract.
So your
Ms.
wording
Walker.
was indefinitely. I think, doesn't it naturally go? to-
Open-ended, no, it's not.
It goes 30 days.
No, our previous one, Mr. Shive, weigh in on the contract. It usually is, it just goes until somebody wants to terminate it. Is that correct?
I think the previous iteration of the contract was such that it would continue in perpetuity until one of the parties gave notice. The current version that's in place that the board approved effective February 1st, 2022, states that it runs until June 30th, and that the New Hanover County Schools reserves the right to extend the contract an additional 3 years in 1-year increments.
Okay, so that's my motion.
Okay, not,
Okay, so is there any questions about, and comments?
yeah.
Discussion?
The indefinite
Ms.
part.
Ms. Justice?
I'm not ready, we've had discussions and about this contract for we've had people in. The indefinite part I like. Right now, I don't want to attach it to a year or 3 years. I think the 30 days thing right now I just have a lot of questions about what's going on with our current legal firm. It's not you, Colin, but boy, what's been going on over the last couple of years. And I know that central office needs a law group, and that's not the problem. I'm talking about some of the behavior that we've had to endure because of certain circumstances.
So my motion was to keep it what's it called? What's the word, Colin? In perpetuate.
So I think that what you would be asking is for the board to make a motion to enter into a new contract that would not have a set end date. But I think you would want to think about adding a termination clause of,
Right.
60 or 90 days.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so is there any more discussion?
I just clarification, because you just read off what the contract said, that once it ends, we have to do it in a year or 3 years? I'm sorry, say that one more time. it's late.
So it's whatever the board wants to do.
Okay.
If the board wants to extend for another year, you can do that. If the board
Okay.
wants to enter into a new contract that doesn't have a set end date, you could also do that.
Okay, so my motion was to extend the contract for one more year. And I have a second on that. So,
Okay, so-
is there any more discussion? Ms. Justice?
Yeah, I would much rather have the 60 days, especially everything that's gone on. From any
That
objective
is a
of...
termination.
Hang on.
It's not a term, we
It's
could
not
do
your
it again in
term.
60 days, we could renew it. The point is a year, or 3 years or 3 years. That's a long time, and everything that's gone on, I want to be very cautious for our school system.
Any more any more discussion?
It is just terminology. It is not set in stone. If at any point this board says, hey, we want to review, we want to do an RFP, we want to look somewhere else, we can do that. It is just extending the contract so that we have legal services. I do not think it is good business practice to go by a 30-day contract extension. I would like to see the year. I support it.
Any more discussion?
Yeah, well, the last contract we had was 30 days, so.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, that's what I read. It was 30 day, 30 day.
That's what I read.
I'm talking about the one prior that Ms. Dagner filled out.
I was not working with the board at that time, but I don't believe that it required a board vote every
Was-
30 days.
It did not,
I think it was-
because we
Because it
did
went
not
beyond
vote on
a
it.
year.
Had a 30-day notice provision, perhaps?
Yeah, a 30-day notice, because it went on for over a year. So I remember that, because we've had Darrington for more over a year. so-
Right, but we have not voted every 30 days on their contract.
No, we didn't have to vote every
We didn't
30
have to.
days, but you could give a 30-day notice.
Right, that's
is what I
always been
said.
in there. Yes,
Right. And so, if we vote tonight to do a year, we're doing a year.
yes.
But she just said that we weren't. We don't have to.
Is that in
Is
there?
that clear?
Mr. Willibor, did you have a comment?
I actually did. Just a question. So you are our attorney now, but it's not actually you, it's your law firm, correct? So if next week Darrington Smith said, well, we're going to switch you around, we could get somebody else. Is that correct? Or would you be our attorney for?
That's correct. Your contract is with my firm, not me individually.
Okay, okay.
Mr. McManus? Do you have a question? Okay, so the motion on the floor is to extend our contract for 1 year with all the same, all the same things that, each party has can give 30 days notice. So, to end of the contract. So, Ms. Bowie, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Justice?
Yes.
Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Ms. Craybill?
Yes.
Ms. Adams?
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yes.
And Mr. Boyer?
Yes.
Okay, great. The motion passes. So we continue with Darrington Smith for a year. We will review it next year at this time. Okay, so next, under information, we have the use of seclusion and restraint. Ms. Barnum?
Good evening. For the update on seclusion and restraint, I want to start with a little bit of a frame on how we kind of got to this work, and then I'm going to give you specific steps on what we're doing right now. So, in alignment with strategic efforts of establishing learning environments that are, of course, supportive, culturally responsive, and focused on building relationships in community, a team of lead teachers and specialists are continuing their work, or our work, in evaluating necessary changes for the inclusion of additional fidelity measures and discontinuance of any ineffective methods. These are, of course, incremental steps. We're continuing our work, or our professional development, on a trauma-sensitive, more than a trauma-informed, but a trauma-sensitive approach backed by evidence-based research, focusing on brain-based and brain-informed practices. Of course, the foundation of that is utilizing staff skills in the prevention of crisis situations, as well as responding to students in crisis. And a lot of that crisis is related to stress and trauma, and we know that. We have plans to expand and continue this work in trauma-sensitive education. This approach most specifically relies on the relationships that our staff have with our students and their ability to understand the difference between intentional and then adaptive or maladaptive responses to stress in the classroom. And this builds on work we've already been doing with zones of regulation instruction that we have in place. So specifically, some of the updates, I'm gonna go through these quickly because they're pretty bare bones. Updating our green-black reporting form. I'll get into a little bit more of that, but updating it to make sure that all of the components are completed with fidelity and there's no confusion on that. Revising our guidance document also in focusing more on the verbal de-escalation and having that training across all staff entered into an online system so that we can actually monitor that all staff have completed that training. That's generally been done at staff meetings, but having that in our what we call Vector, our safe school system, allows staff to sign in, complete the training, and we have an immediate roster of that. Of course, doing a deeper dive into regulations with our staff and aligning those to trauma-sensitive approaches and practices. I have again followed up with my conversation with DPI on data, and still I'm waiting for that response. Another point, we have continued to, even though general statute and policy allows for seclusion and restraint in instances of destruction of property, whether it's personal property or property in the classroom, and we've continued to advise against that. We want to remove that from even the training materials and aligning that with the general statute. So go a step beyond, because that, in practice, that's just not appropriate. Really advancing the understanding of the schools and their crisis team creation. So crisis teams work with regard to safety issues in the building, whether there is a shelter in place, a lockdown, whether there is some other type of unexpected event, but expanding the role of the crisis team and making sure that you have an entire team that can rally around supporting when we have an incident in the classroom or in a school. Our post-crisis steps with regard to debriefing really requires some additional work, and that has not necessarily been a focus of the training. It's included in the training, but it hasn't, in our opinion, been a strong enough focus. So expanding that also includes not just the professional development on that and understanding the debriefing, but recording and communicating that debriefing with families and at the next team meeting. So the next or the immediate IEP team meeting, 504, NHCS, whatever that might be. And then with regard to the reporting, fine-tuning our reporting to parents, having a well-defined standard operating procedure, not only for how parents receive the communication, how the data is entered into PowerSchool. Those are pretty consistent, but pretty consistent isn't enough. Having a well-defined standard operating procedure that really is a check-by-check, making sure that that communication went to the family verbally on the same day, that written communication is in their hands within 24 hours if it's not able to be the same day, how the reporting is completed within a 48-hour time frame so that it doesn't sit somewhere waiting 2 weeks to be entered, because then data might not be as fresh. So those standard operating procedures are what we're working on. And again, continuing to deliver district-wide professional development opportunities to all student support staff members and all student support teams, whether they are the MTSS team or the student support staff, any really grouping of those folks receiving trauma-sensitive training, as well as Lives in the Balance training that we've already been working on. And in July, at the July meeting, you will have an opportunity to see from school improvement plans and each school's plan for the management of student behavior, which I'm expecting will be able to provide some more insight on all this work at the school level. So I didn't know if you had any questions. for
Okay,
me.
does anybody have any questions for Ms. Farnham?
Yes.
Ms. Justice?
Yes. You've done a great job, the district has, over the last year in addressing this. I guess it probably started during the pandemic when it was more time to think, you didn't have the kids together and everything. But it has, the numbers have really, really dropped. Do you feel that it's a practical call or ask that, and by the way, you know how I feel about seclusion. I think it's a form, it's just not good for kids. There's no way, any way it is, it's good for kids, in my professional opinion. Do you think that it is a very practical ask to say by the 23-24 school year that we will no longer have it implemented and it will be able to be, the problems will be addressed in other manners that are safe and obviously already working because our numbers have dropped so much?
I think predicting the future is not necessarily a skill of mine. However, it's late, so there's no telling what I'm going to say. No, I'm just kidding. I think with a well-planned professional development opportunity, time for staff to really experience that mind shift, I think it's possible. I really do. But I have to say that the folks that are in the room right now, those of us that are talking about this aren't the ones in the classrooms every day and experiencing that moment where they have to make a decision on how to maintain safety. And I think I operate on a growth mindset. I expect that all of our staff are able to continue to grow and adapt and adopt new strategies and even better accommodations and supports for students that aren't ineffective and that aren't counterproductive. So I would be hopeful for that, but I wouldn't be able to make promises.
Okay. Well,
Is there any?
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Ms. Walker?
Just briefly, I think you had mentioned last time about, you talked about lives in the balance. Would you be working on a grant for that, or is that something that, I mean, if you need help, I mean, is there any way we can help you figure out how to apply for grants? Because like, obviously we have no money. Obviously we're tight right now, but.
Right, so we've got some opportunities in that, and so at this moment, as of this week, and a conversation I had yesterday with regard to some funding opportunities, which I don't want to, but I am not concerned about the funding of the trauma-sensitive schools portion. We did receive a grant for that, and with the Lives in the Balance piece adding that on, I'm not concerned with funding this at this point. If you had asked me 3 days ago, I might have said I'm concerned.
Just want to check and see if you need it.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Justice.
Well, I would make a motion.
We don't usually make motions out of information sessions.
Okay.
So we get that on to new business next time, or a upcoming meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, fingerprinting. Dr. Barnes?
So good evening. So we're pleased to announce that we are now considered one of the 3 districts that I know of in North Carolina who are fingerprinting all of its new employees. We began with sporadic in April to make sure that we had the system up and running and the process working, and have been going full bore since May 1st with fingerprinting all of our new employees. What's nice about the system now is we really have 3 systems of support to ensure that we have the best eyes on this issue that we can. So we work with a group called Background Investigations Bureau, who keeps a running check on we do the new employees 2 ways. We do send them through the BIB as well as through the fingerprinting. So we get a richer report back on all sorts of charges and incidents that may have happened with the person. We also utilize something called the Guardian system, which will track current employees who may receive any kind of charges or arrests that we get informed about daily. So we have sort of a multi-tiered system to support and ensure that we're keeping track of things that go on with our employees and our potential employees.
Okay, does anybody have any questions? Mr. Waterboard?
I just want to clarify what you just said. So the Guardian system, is it all of our employees or anybody who has been fingerprinted?
No, it's all of our employees.
All employees. Oh, awesome. Very good.
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you for that update. And you did it in 2 minutes. We love you. Next up, Dr. Faison for Paxton Patterson Career Exploration Lab.
Good night or good evening?
Good evening. Night.
Good evening. So I have the opportunity to share with you the Paxton Patterson Lab. And this is a new opportunity for our middle school students. So they will be able to explore careers through the CTE program. So on the next slide, and you actually can move over 2 slides, please. Oh, do I have control over it or no?
You have the power.
I do? I'm sorry. I apologize. Okay, I apologize. So on the next slide, the next 3 slides, you're going to actually see that the different modules. So with the Paxton Patterson Lab, the middle school students at Murray Elementary, this is a program that we're going to pilot this year at Murray Elementary. There will be 2 classrooms at Murray for this program. And what will happen is the students will have the opportunity to explore different career pathways. So in the next 3 slides, you're going to see those pathways that they have the opportunity to explore. And here you see a number of pathways, but you also see one that is close to our community, hospitality and tourism. So we wanted to definitely highlight that. And the flight and drone technology, I don't know if you guys had the opportunity to actually see that at Ashley. And I say that because part of the lab at the middle school, the students actually get to explore at the middle school, and then they go deeper at their high school. So that's a match there. This is additional modules that we have, and I'm going to point out here the personal finance, and we all know how important personal finance is. Our state actually has for our students now entering 2021, they have to take a personal finance class. So this falls right in line with that as well. And our last set of modules here, and you'll see here, we're thinking about our community. You see the video production. When you think about Wilmington, when you think about our community, you definitely think about video production. And lastly, I'll highlight the employability skills, because when we talk to any employers to do partnerships or internships, and just around our state, that is a key skill that we need to start making sure that our young people have. So, you know, a lot of employers are now saying, especially when you think about career and technical education, they're saying, I can train them. I need them to have those employability skills. So this is a first place that they can get that. Now, what happens? So the students will actually have a project base. So you think about, there's a classroom and you have a teacher, and the teacher is a facilitator. So the students will be working on a project-based problem-solving opportunity. They're going to do critical thinking, problem solving, as I said before, of course, collaboration. And we love the fact that, as you can see here, math and reading skills are highlighted along with that narrative and persuasive writing. So this, as I said before, the student explores. Let's say I think I want to do medical careers. I explore that, and then I can go and do that into my high school and do the pathway. And you're going to see a little later in the next presentation about our CTE pathways and how these are aligned. So for the teachers to actually do this is a different concept. This looks different. I'm going to show you a video. And 50 seconds, but it's late, I'm sorry. But I am going to show you a video, but you're going to see that this is different. This is where the students are actually on a learning management system, and they're using that learning management platform, but most of the time, this is hands-on. This is 70% hands-on. So think about that and the actual learning and opportunities that our students are going to have with this. Again, that writing piece, we want to just make sure we highlight how this is incorporating the core instructional pieces core instructional classes. And we have accommodations for students who need it with closed caption and text-to-speech. So the instructor actually will receive 2 types of training, because as I said, this is different. This is different for the students. This is going to be different for the instructor. This instructor will have to learn how to be an instructor of a Paxton Patterson lab. So they will receive training on that, the online platform that will be used, along with safety. Because you're going to see that our students will have a variety of opportunities. Now, I'm going to show you a video with the student experience, and I want you to keep in mind that this video is for Paxton Patterson Lab, and Paxton Patterson Lab does middle and high school. So you're going to see a couple of tools that we do not use in our middle schools. We do not use a saw, and you're going to see a big drill. But I thought it was important for you to be able to actually see this, and this is only 50 seconds, but it's 50 seconds of power. All right? No, not working. If you I don't know if you have that, if it can Google the Paxton Patterson Lab. Oh, there we go. And it should be the one that's 50 seconds, because there's several. Okay. So you just see, you get a little taste of what you will see at Murray Middle School when you go and see this lab in place. And there are actually going to be 2 classes of this. These labs cost about $88,000, and this is something we use our CTE funding. And of course, you know that we cannot use our CTE funding for anything but for our CTE courses. So we do hope to add additional labs, but we started with Murray, and we're starting with 2 classes there. We're not going to play the instructor video. I put that there for you to go and see. It's about 2 minutes long, but the key pieces that he pulls out are that when students start, a number of times they think they have careers they want, but then they find that that is not where they really want to explore. And also that the students in these classrooms, they can take off. This is an opportunity for students who sometimes can't shine in a math classroom or a reading classroom. This is where I become a leader. This is where I shine. So we're really excited about this, and that's the Paxton Patterson Lab, and hopefully we will begin to add them. We're adding it at Murray next year, and hopefully we'll add it at other places in the future. Questions?
Ms. Adams.
I'm excited.
I am too.
CTE background over here, so I'm very pumped to see this, and I'm thrilled. So just, I guess my question is, there's multiple career paths that the students are going to have an opportunity to explore. What CTE teacher is being selected for this? What is their background, or is it just a general position?
So it's just a CTE teacher.
Okay.
So all CTE teachers, you still have to go through the training for the Paxton Patterson Lab. So it doesn't have to be a particular CTE teacher.
Got it. Thank you.
Mr. McManus?
Absolutely, adore this. I think this is.
I was thinking, I knew you would love it.
Kids today. One, is this in all middle schools?
No, she just said one.
Just one?
Murray.
But futuristically speaking?
We want to add it in the other middle schools, but there again, this is not cheap. because of all of the equipment, because this is really exploration. So we do have a plan to hopefully definitely add an additional middle school not this year, but the following year. And we'll just have to see what funding dictates and how it takes. Yeah.
When they light up a couple or more, or maybe one, when they go to high school, what's the availability there, or do they go to C-Tech or Common?
So if you will recall, okay, so in our high schools, these are modules there that they can explore, but in our high schools, we have these pathways. So they can go to their high school and do these same things, and they'll go deeper because they can take the first class and the second class. So if I am like Ashley, and I use Ashley because I don't know if you guys have ever gone to that drone classroom, it really excites you. So if I go and I get really excited about that, I can go to Ashley and go in deeper with that pathway. Did that answer your question? No.
Yes, we're doing it in more than one school.
Yeah.
So the funding the CTE funding comes from federal funds, or?
Yes, CTE is federal funded. And, you know, we want to pilot it. And since this is a pilot, we will, like I said, with funding, hopefully we'll definitely add this in additional schools because we expect this to be very successful. I mean, you think about us, we're adults and we're excited. So our kids are going to be really excited.
Murray was picked probably because they lead into Ashley. Is that perhaps why they were picked? Or?
Well, Murray was picked because honestly, the teacher and the placement of the teacher, so it was time, it was a different change in a person. So it really doesn't matter because if we do it at Hoggart, the modules at Hoggart will then, the students will feed into the middle school there. So it was just really, staffing was perfect at this time for Murray, so not really location.
So
Mr. Wildebohr?
So I just wanted to see, so will this be like one elective or two electives, and how will the children be chosen to be part of this?
Well, it's going to be just like the students do with their CTE courses.
Okay.
So they would sign up for
And
it.
it'll be one option?
It'll be one,
They'll
yeah.
take one block?
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. McManus?
So the facilitator, which is perfect.
The teacher.
After this facilitator, that's my question. So the requirements to be a facilitator, are they the same? Or that's going to depend on, of course, I know the state's been gracious because of the pandemic. But what's the background? Because there's so many people who are gifted in so many of these areas who have worked and made a living, so their relevance in the class would be absolutely unbelievable.
So you start with as a regular CTE teacher, and the CTE teacher gets training to become the Paxton Patterson Lab teacher. And really that teacher is just the facilitator. So as long as you're a CTE, you can get trained in this and become a Paxton Patterson Lab teacher.
All right, thank you so much. That
Thank
was a
you.
great presentation. We're all excited and we all want to be in middle school now.
I do
Okay,
anyway.
so next up is,
Yes.
you can just stay.
Hello.
The New Hanover County application for our CTE federal funding, so roll right on into the big. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about, we're out now 10:30, and we know how we make our brains work. They don't work well, actually after 9, but after 10, definitely not. We are going to have an interim this month, right? Can we please move what's left, unless there's somebody from the outside here that needs to present, I don't want to mess that up, but if it's all the people that are in the room now, could we please go ahead and add this to the interim, what's left? Because at this point, making decisions and hearing information, in fact, I can tell from what I'm hearing from some of the things people are asking now, they're getting tired, and their brain's not quite as sharp as it was an hour and a half ago. So could we move this to the interim?
Is that a motion?
Yes, it's a motion to move it to the interim then.
There a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? My only question is there anything in new business, senior staff, that we need to have action on prior to June 21st?
Good question.
The AIG plan and the CTE plan, we need to
We need to have that done. Okay, so so that would be something that we need to consider. So if those ones are the big ones, and so we have to do those. So
We also have to decide the July board meeting.
I know, so there's a lot more business on there. So the motion on the floor is that we suspend new business discussion until the June 21st meeting, and there's a second. And so, Ms. Bowie, will you please call the roll?
Well, we're going to have a discussion?
I thought we already did. Go ahead.
Well, I wasn't sure what people were saying. So you were asking the questions, did we have to present certain things tonight?
Yes, and then I was told there's 3 things we have to get done tonight.
Okay, why do we have to have them tonight? I'm just,
Because it's their rules.
it's a week, it can't wait until there's one person here.
I am looking.
Plan needs to be approved and uploaded to DPI by the 15th of July.
Okay. Oh.
So presenting tonight would give you time, if you needed it.
And you're here also. I mean, that's important that you're here.
Okay, so it's important that we do these tonight
Okay.
so that we can
I'm going to
move forward with funding.
I'm going to withdraw that amendment then.
Okay, thank you.
A motion,
All right,
motion.
So, Dr. Faison.
All right.
Roll on.
Okay, so I just share with you the Paxton Patterson Lab, which we are really excited about. So now we are asking that you approve our CTE plan for our funding. And before we ask you to approve that plan, we want to just give you an overview of CTE in New Hanover County Schools, because we have such good things going on. All right.
Dr. Faison, is this wasn't uploaded to us? Or was
Yes, it is. You should have a.
I see the clip, but I'm not seeing it. I did.
Do you not have it either, Mr.?
Well, we just had, last summer, we actually took tours of all the different facilities.
It's not,
I mean, we're pretty, all of us up here have immersed in what we're doing with CTE.
The board had asked for me to just give an
We
overview
did?
of CTE,
Yes.
so I will.
We
Thank
did?
you, go ahead.
It will
We
be
just
brief.
did that. Thank you. I'm just, because I still remember, it was good, but we just had one.
I'll just watch.
All right, so currently we are serving over 15,000, we have 15,000 students enrolled in our CTE programs. 6,000 of those students are at the middle school level, 9,000 at the high school level. We have different pathways, but in those pathways, students can actually become concentrators. So if I follow the 3 pathways, the full pathway in the 3 classes, 2 or 3 classes, then I become a concentrator. So instead of just taking maybe an accountant class here and a drone class and a medical class, if I stay with a pathway and finish that pathway, I become a concentrator. So as you can see here, these are the number of concentrators we have at the different schools. And we're really happy to say that overall we have almost 1,100 students as concentrators in CTE. God, we need to be extremely proud of that as a board and as a district. So these are the pathways that we currently have in our district and the schools that the pathways are located. We are adding this year a pathway that we're really excited about. The state is adding the teaching training pathway. So we are adding that pathway at Hoggard. So the students will begin with teaching as a profession, then they'll go to teaching as a profession 2, and the advanced studies education. And this will be offered at Hoggard. Here again, it's new, so we're piloting it at a school. But we're really excited about this because this will allow us to partner more with Cape Fear and UNCW, but also think about those board scholarships. These kids will feed right into this, and we know that education, we need people to be interested. So we're really, really excited about this. We're also going to add the pathway to Laney. We know Laney is STEM, and we're going to add the data science pathway there. So the students that complete this pathway, they'll do the three courses, and they will then become a concentrator if they completed that pathway. And that is a quick overview.
That was good.
Yes, we just wanted to highlight to you the new pathways that we have.
Okay.
And the concentrators and the numbers that we have, just to show you the wonderful things that are occurring in CTE. Any questions?
So you don't need any action on this tonight?
Yes, we need for you to approve the plan.
Oh.
So
you have the plan also uploaded.
Okay. All right, so can I ask a question? Is the teaching pathway, is that kind of analogous to our teacher cadet program that we used to have?
Yes, exactly, and that's exactly what I correlated to, is the teacher cadet. And we're actually, I had the opportunity to meet Dean Dempsey, and we actually want to make our program premier. This is a new program, we can build it and make it look the way we want it to look. So we're excited about this and how we can partner with UNCW and Cape Fear to take this program to another level.
Okay.
Ms. Justice?
In the past, Laney was where this program was housed for the teaching. Is there a particular high school, or is it across the district?
So this year, we're going to do Hoggard with a pilot.
Really?
We're doing the STEM pilot at Laney. Hopefully, there again, we have to see the interest. We could add more pathways to different schools.
Mr. McManus?
Federally funded?
Yes, this too is one of our CTE.
Federally funded, I've heard a lot tonight, so I just want to make sure.
Yes, and I'll just make that clear, because you're right, because this is a lot, but we're fortunate that our career and technical education, those are federal dollars that we cannot do anything but to do the things that we're doing. We don't have a choice to move those line items, so very good point, sir.
Ms. Walker?
I just had a question. So you're telling us about Laney, you've got data science here and programming. I met somebody at this last chamber event that asked about Microsoft's like certifications and stuff like that. Do you think eventually it would lead to that kind of stuff? Because I feel like that's in demand, some of the programming and some of the certifications.
Now, that is a question that I will have to ask Mrs. Fedrell.
She's like, I didn't expect
Don't we already have Microsoft certifications at all of our schools?
We can do Microsoft at the schools, we are able to test that, but data science, this is SAS programming, so it's actually on a higher level. Actually, it would begin with Excel and then lead into these courses.
It lead to any certification that someone can put on their resume?
You're talking, yes, ma'am, it can be you're talking SAS programming, those folks that won't give us the formula for testing scores.
Yes.
So yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, we have Microsoft.
Ms. Crable?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the application for career and technical education, state and federal funding, fiscal years 2022-23.
I second.
Okay, jumping on, everybody, seconds. Okay, Mr.
Thank you
Waldeboro,
so
we'll
much.
give it to you.
Thank you.
All right, okay.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Okay, that passes 7-0. Next up, Mr. Boyer, will you lead us in the discussion of amendment to policy 3460?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rock and roll. Let's go as quick as we can here. You can see the changes made if you click on the policy. You've all had an opportunity to do so. At the 5/10/22 Policy Committee meeting, Ms. Varnum shared proposed amendments be made to existing policy 3460, graduation requirements. After discussions, the committee is in favor of amending this policy per the attached red line version. I remind board members that these policies will no longer go on for first reading. They will be discussed at our monthly policy committee meeting and then on our agenda as they are amendments. So at this time, I'd like to ask for a motion.
Mr. Shive a question before we get rolling.
Okay.
Is it best practice that we, when we look at amendments to policies, that 1 hour before the meeting, should we wait till the next meeting to vote on these policies? Or can we move forward, but maybe as an exception rather than a rule?
Your policy doesn't prohibit you voting on them tonight if you want to. Things for you to consider are how long they've been posted and, whether or not there's significant public interest in the policy such that you might want to wait before voting on it. But again, the board is free to do so under its policy if it so wishes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Walker?
So was this just done
Today?
Yeah.
I don't know why I missed that. I guess I was in and out. But
No, this was not today.
Pardon me?
This policy was not done today. The only ones that were done today were student attendance 4,400 and communicable diseases, which we've had before. But no, these policies were not discussed at our policy committee. I said 5/10/22, so May 10th.
Oh, 3460, I'm sorry, that is, I was looking at 3560 that we talked about
policy
today.
was on
My
May
my
10th.
bad, sorry.
Okay. This was voted on May 10th, you're saying?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we've had this one out there for 2 meetings.
Okay, so,
Okay, so is there, well, Nelson, you want to?
Yeah, I'd just like to ask for a motion to
You
approve the
can make a
policies
motion.
amended.
You can make a motion.
Second.
Okay, Nelson, do you want to make the motion?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. All right, so, not to put words in your mouth. All right, so Nelson, Adams, is there any discussion?
I just want to know, and I know it's been a while since we've had this, it's come up today, what is a major change? I mean, are we just adopting? I thought we already had that. Did we already had electives, 6 electives?
This is the one that we talked about where Ms. Varnum showed us the charts and we added the words additional, to make sure that we were clear on that. And if you scroll down, you can see in the red additional.
Right.
And Ms. Varnum, tell us there was one other major change, so, sorry.
Specifically, the main reason for bringing this back was to include the promotion requirements that dictate the number of credits to move from ninth grade to 10th and then 10th to 11th.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that's 7-0. Next, policy 5040 for news media relations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, at the May 10th committee meeting, Mr. Smith shared an amendment be made to existing policy 5040, news media relations, to better align with current best practices for school district media relations, specifically to remove the requirement that school system employees receive prior approval from communications or the superintendent before speaking with the media. So that requirement has been removed. After discussions, the committee is in favor of amending this policy per the attached red line version. So to reiterate, the requirement that communications be informed before employees speak to the media has been removed.
Okay, is there a motion?
I move to adopt the policy as
Okay,
amended.
is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
I just have a brief question. So best practices, you're saying that the policy that we had in place that required approval for system employees is now being removed?
Yes.
And the communication outreach, they will, upon request, coordinate news. That's less restrictive? Is that what we're saying here?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm just clarifying that.
Yeah. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that one passes also. The board policy 7262, Mr.
Thank you, Madam
Boyd?
Chair. The policy 7262, communicable diseases, went back to the policy committee, and the committee made no recommendations from its original policy. So I would ask for a motion to approve 7262 as presented. There were no amendments to the policy.
And if I could
Is there a
speak.
second? I'll second. Okay, any discussion?
Yes, ma'am. So again, as I brought up in policy, and the vote was 2-1 in policy, I think we got to look at the first paragraph where it says very clearly, an
First
effort to
paragraph of
maintain.
what section, Mr. Wildebohr?
The first paragraph of.
very first?
The
Okay.
very first. An effort to maintain balance between the need to protect the rights of students and employees and to control the spread of serious communicable diseases. And then if we shoot down to subsection C2, where it clearly says, if either state or local health departments have provided direction to contain, it is getting late, the spread of particular communicable diseases, it talks about underneath that the CDC, the school nurse, or other relevant medical authority. And I just asked the policy committee to join me and figure out exactly what the other relevant authority was, if we could further define that. They didn't feel like that was a necessary thing. We could just kind of leave that up in the air and hope we could figure it out down the road. I think it is important that we do have that. And I really think it's very important that we get the very best medical advice possible to make any rational and logical decisions in the future. So I think it's very, very important that we put together this committee or further at least define what relevant medical authority we are talking about. Is that one doctor? Is that one nurse? Is that a group? Who is that? We don't know. So I think that's important to further define that. I think it would be great if we could have a second, group of, to advise us. Not that we should listen directly to the health department or to that other group. Ultimately, it's our decision, but I think it's important that we get as much information as possible.
Okay, is there any more discussion? Okay, all right, hearing none, all in favor, I need a motion. Oh, yeah, we had a motion, sorry. All in favor of adopting the policy as written, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed?
Okay, so that passes 6-1. Okay, the letter E, amendment to the student attendance policy, 4,400.
Yes, we discussed this in policy today. I'm fine if we had to wait. Ms. Varnum, is there a need to pass this right now?
There's not a need to pass this until at least probably the July meeting. So,
Okay, so then we'll go ahead and just leave this one on kind of as a first reading, and we'll discuss it in July, keeping in mind that school starts in July for some. Yeah, so we need to do that in July so that everybody can get their stuff together. Okay, so we didn't have to do any voting on that. We'll make a note to put on the July July agenda, sorry. All right, so next up, letter F, July regular board meeting. I brought that up just as a confirmation for folks, that July 5th is our next board meeting. Mm-hmm. It is the Tuesday after the holiday, July 4th holiday on Monday. I didn't know if there was any interest in moving that meeting from the 5th to the 12th.
Yes, I have interest.
Yeah, so I just was bringing that up for discussion. And if there's no interest, then we're sailing on with the 5th.
I think we should move it.
Okay, so motion to move?
Sure, motion for the 12th.
Okay, is there a second? Move from the 5th to the 12th. Okay, are you seconding, Mr. McManus? Yes. Okay. Okay, any discussion?
I just have a question.
Sure.
So are we going to have an interim meeting in July? And if we are, is that going to be bumped to later in the month?
The interim meeting is going to be our town hall, so we will not have an interim meeting.
Good. That's right. I think we did discuss there.
We already
July
did.
wasn't as heavy.
Yes.
Okay, that's cool.
All right, so any more discussion on that?
It sounds,
Yes, ma'am.
it
Ms.
sounds
Justice?
like a couple people might have some other plans. Is that what's going on here because of the holiday?
I will be in town, I mean, but no, I just think that given the proximity to the 4th of July, it's best to allow our staff, if they're traveling, and our audience, if they're traveling, to have that extra week.
That's why we're having a discussion.
Yeah, that's why I brought it up, was because it was because of the close proximity to the July 4th holiday that our school system celebrates. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to move the board meeting in July from the 5th to the 12th. And any more discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so that passes 7-0. All right, so now, the New Hanover County Schools, letter G, the AIG program. Thank you so much.
And thanks for waiting.
Hanging in there and
Saving the
fluffing
best
up your
for
hair.
last.
And,
I appreciate it.
Pretending like you're awake.
I am going to go through this rather quickly, but please don't hesitate to stop me if you have questions on any particular slide. So as always, New Hanover County Schools, the AIG plan runs according to DPI Article 9B. The 6 standards in the plan are student identification, comprehensive programming within a total school community, differentiated curriculum and instruction, personnel and professional development, partnerships, and program accountability. When we were writing the plan for the 2022 through 2025 plan, we formulated a writing team. It consisted of 3 elementary gifted specialists, 2 middle school, 1 high school. We reviewed the feedback from the previous plan, the one that we had been working on. We looked at, DPI put out a changes to NCAIG program standards, why they made changes. Stakeholder feedback, we had feedback from our Gifted Advisory Council. We had feedback from our principal focus group. We had feedback from many different areas. Maria Black, who is the parent liaison lead, Dr. Smith, who was Chief of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. We had program representatives from the state. We had SEL coaches and instructional coaches give us feedback. Additionally, DPI offered the guidance of Dr. Makel, who's an associate research scientist for Johns Hopkins School of Education, and Dr. Adelson, who's president and CEO of Adelson Research. They too looked at components of our plan and gave us feedback. Changes, not major changes, but changes made from the last plan to this plan based on the changes from DPI in the standards and through feedback that we've gotten, emphasis on practices that will address the disproportionality of AIG's identified students and decrease disparities, emphasis on communication, emphasis on meeting students' academic and intellectual needs. We had additions. Some of them, we're creating a beginning AIG specialist handbook and training. Currently, there is kind of a booklet, but we saw a need. We have many new specialists right now who came on during COVID and this past year that really haven't gotten in-depth training, so we're developing that. We did add the high school diploma endorsements that go on student diplomas. They were not in our plan and now are in. We are going to eliminate the TOPS folders, which we purchase as an observational tool, and we're creating our own based on evidence-based practices and other exemplar folders. We added a policy giving permission to the AIG supervisor and only them to make changes in Power School after 30 days of identification, because there were some discrepancies we were finding. Clarifications, we did add a glossary to this, this plan. We added into the plan, we had it, but it wasn't in our plan, descriptively, the procedure for resolving disagreements between parents and the school system when a child is not identified for the program. More clearly and specifically outlined identification criteria with the addition of our looking at identifying the top 10% of underrepresented populations through disaggregated data. We used the word de-gifting in the last plan and said that it wasn't a practice that we practiced, and have clarified that there may be some circumstances and added procedural accounts of how that would go about within the grievance policy and process procedures. We added that AIG identification is not clearly tied to specific services. Current services are not permanent and can change depending upon factors, including performance, school population, and availability. We added that to the parent letter that goes home and modified that on the DEP that's created for identified students. We clarified transfer student identification on all of our paperwork, and we attached documents to each standard for each practice, for each standard. Identification, not much has changed here in terms of using our K-3 nurturing program to begin that observational of student gifted tendencies. And again, we added that using the top 10% of subgroup data as part of that data that we collect for the achievement piece. Comprehensive programming within a total school. Not much really changed here. Specialists and classroom teachers use local, state, and national standards to align and expand curriculum and instructional plans. Instructional pacing, depth, and complexity are varied and adjusted based on student need. Student-centered instructional practices and materials are standards-based and grounded in research. Differentiated curriculum and instruction. Again, we're using evidence-based resources, we're developing future-ready skills, ongoing assessment, as well as we are really going to concentrate on using pre-assessments for our own groups and working with classroom teachers to use them so that students aren't learning what they already know. Personnel and professional development. All gifted specialists are AIG certified or are working through their certification. Professional development is given on a monthly basis. We meet as a team. Our district AIG credentials are offered to classroom teachers each year by our specialists. We are constantly recruiting and trying to retain all of our AIG licensed professionals. That's both gifted specialists and classroom teachers. Monthly training and PLCs for AIG specialists. We are starting with when AIG teachers are on their own island in schools, and sometimes I feel that way in our building as well, but we're trying to implement a weekly PLC, virtual PLC for our gifted specialists so that they can arrange a time that they can mutually meet as their planning period and be able to discuss practices and units and things that they're doing. Partnerships, we already have a lot of really great partnerships. Getting our Gifted Advisory Council up and going again was an important move. We have, parents, we have now students, we have professors from UNCW, we have, a good range of representation on those. Communication is going to be one of our biggest initiatives this year, transparency and communication, school to school, district to community. Program accountability. Gifted Advisory Council will start again this 2022-23 school year with their site visits. We're excited about that. We have to follow our AIG plan and any goals and strategies for professional development that will help us meet the district goals, align with LEA initiatives and state legislated standards. And that is it.
Good job.
Questions?
Okay, that was the whirlwind tour. Does anybody have any questions of Ms. Sheehan? Meehan, sorry.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I did. Yeah, Ms. Walker.
I thank you very much, and this is late, and we're all kind of, a little bit. You mentioned disproportionality, and I'm glad you did.
Say it again.
Disproportionality, and
Yes.
I'm glad you did, because I think when I originally on the board, I actually spoke to the then coordinator about how we can identify students in a different way. I don't know, I guess I see in there that you're going to try very hard to do that, which I'm glad, because that K through 3 area is very important.
And that really starts in our K-3 nurturing program in identifying students with these gifted tendencies. Students, you know, when we think about kindergartners, they come into school and they have varying exposure to things. You know, some have areas of need in, you know, they're coming from poverty, they're coming from
So,
you
yeah,
know,
I just
lack
wanna-
of experience,
Yeah.
where some are coming with an abundance of it. Through our nurturing program and exposing them to activities dealing with problem-solving, critical thinking, higher order thinking, we're able to get them, hopefully, caught up.
So I guess the follow-up to that is the Gifted Advisory Council, you said you just implemented that again. That was defunct before, and you just put it back together, or?
Well, when COVID hit,
They kind of just fell apart.
you know, I think they tried to meet virtually a couple times, and it, you know.
So they advised that you keep AIG in all the schools. Was that right? I think that's what I heard her say earlier in her presentation. Did you hear
yes.
that? And are we going to follow that recommendation? Because I feel like we would probably miss a lot of students if we did. And I know that there's some that have 0 or 5.
My
and
main
some have
concern
100,
is
but-
with this disproportionality issue. And if we look at the schools that have the least students, those are the students that probably need that. And, you know, our hope as a program is that catching them early, we may not identify them by the 5th grade or by the 8th grade, but we're preparing them to go into the honors classes, the AP classes, the IB program, the STEM program, dual enrollment.
Yeah, they need that. That's what I was saying. You know, I had a son with Asperger's, and he was not identified as gifted, although he was very intelligent. And so no tests would have picked that up because he was inconsistent with his work. And so, you know, he had a high IQ, though. So I feel like recognizing students that have special needs or disproportionality discussion we're having with students of color and things like that, that maybe, you know, and even some in our lower socioeconomic schools that come in a little behind, that doesn't mean they're not gifted.
Absolutely not. They're twice exceptional.
Absolutely.
And, you know, part of our partnerships is getting with the, you know, the EL, the ESL, the you know, EC department, and working together to find those students that may
I'm happy
fall through the cracks.
Thank you.
Any more, Ms. Justice?
Right, and I'm lucky enough to be on the advisory council, thank you.
Thank you.
And it was sort of a cold year when we weren't meeting, that was strange. One of the things that has not been emphasized enough is how much work the AIG teachers do outside of just the identified students, and you were just talking about it right now. So the schools that may only have 5 kids or 4 kids identified, and then we have schools that have 60 kids identified, the teachers are still, throughout that school, they're giving their time and their expertise in nurturing and identifying all the kids in the school benefit from this.
Right, and they're still using their data to find those, you know, the top students in each subgroup in the school as a whole, you know, and developing flex groups
Right.
that involve more students' access to the program.
And-
Whereas in K-3, all of the students are getting them with that minimum 15 lesson unit
Right.
each year.
And so I just wanted to make sure that the public understands that the workload is just as extensive and just as helpful for all the schools.
Yes.
Whether the
If
child,
it-
whether they
if
got
it-
60 kids or 3 kids.
Exactly.
Because they're with everybody, and especially in these high poverty schools where some of the kids' backgrounds, it's not easy for them to shine as relevantly as it is for the ones who are living daily in enriched situations. We provide that enriched situation with our AIG instruction to those kids.
Well, the
Madam Chair.
workload is going to be different if there's 60 kids versus 5 kids.
It is, it's gonna be
The
different.
plans that they have
It
to
may not
write-
be easier, but it's definitely gonna be
Right,
different.
you're going to have to write more plans for those students, you're going to see more students. And then
I don't
we
know
have
if you
some-
see more students, that would be more of a population
as a-
school.
Right,
Like,
if
I
you
look
have
at
if you have 60 kids
Portersnet,
on your workload and you only have 7 at another school, that's a different type of workload. In addition to, we have some schools that don't have any kids.
that we're identifying?
No,
and
we,
working with?
all of our schools have it. Yeah, I think our lowest is 2.
What we want to identify.
All right,
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
McManus?
Just clarity again, because it was a question from the county commissioners. But there, no matter what we do with the budget, there will be no reduction in AIG services.
And services is the key word,
Well,
not
that's what
people.
Dr. Faust said to the chairman of.
Oh, good, thank you, Ms.
Right.
Graybill.
We have to provide services.
I know, so services, but that doesn't mean personnel, because we can share.
Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Boyer?
I'd like to move that we adopt the AIG plan.
Second.
Nelson, Judy. Okay, any more, Judy W., Judy Justice. Okay, any more comments? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, great, you're good for the next year.
Thank you.
3 years.
And thank you for having such patience in waiting.
Okay, so next on our list is committee reports. I would respectfully ask if anybody has a report that we hold that off until our interim meeting. Correspondence, does anybody have any?
Ma'am.
Okay, announcements, let me get there. My computer is freezing up. Yeah, I gotta read some. There was earlier. All right, so we have a interim board meeting scheduled for June the 21st. Our July meeting has been changed from, our July regular board meeting has been changed from July 5th to July 12th. There will be no July interim meeting, that we are having a town hall meeting on July the 19th, I think it is. Sorry, July 19th. Okay, we don't have anything left for closed session. Move to adjourn. Any discussion? Hearing none, we are adjourned. 11:05.